morning, everybody. Welcome to Cool Days. Oh, there's a microphone. Welcome to Cool Days. I am not Pedro, I am Naomi. Unfortunately, Pedro couldn't make it, but yes, he will be here with us in spirit and on the screen, so you won't miss him, it's all good. Yes, welcome to Cool Days. We are here to make open source rock. This is our mission and our motto. And yes, thank you all for being part of making open source rock. And thank you to Clare College as well for having us. Yes, I hope you agree. It's a lovely place. And yes, this is our home for the next few days. If you get lost, here is a map. Hopefully you found breakfast earlier. But yes, just ask if you need to find anything and we will direct you in the right place. There are also some signs to direct you in the right place too. Wi-Fi, obviously one of the most important things in life. Downstairs you'll see some little cards with some Wi-Fi codes. Feel free to grab one of those, log on and get connected. And if you're taking photos, please feel free to share your experience, hashtag our cool days, hashtag, and tag us on all sorts of social media. And of course, we'd love to hear your feedback about the event as well at the end. That would be great. And there's some extra links for development stuff and our lovely schedule, which is currently being updated. So yes, lots of stuff going on over the next couple of days. And don't forget, be excellent with one another. It's a great opportunity to talk to strangers, ask what they do around the cool and LibreOffice community. Meet new and old friends and compliment each other because we all rock. And yes, this is being live streamed and the video recordings will be available in the next few weeks if you miss anything or want to repeat something. So yes, with that we'll pass on to our first talk, which is Pedro's community talk.
Great. So on to the community and how to get involved. So you go or you want to learn or CSS, JavaScript, everything is, any help is welcome. Forum as well, testing, bug reporting, translating, very important. And we do have a lot of good contributors on that realm, but we are always eager to get more. Collabora Online SDK examples, if you know or if you are doing currently something around integrating Collabora Online and you have a minimal example that you would like to add, just ping us, just push a PR and we'll be eager to merge it. Of course, we have a guide to becoming a contributor, be that on how to build the software, how to translate, where the meetings are, and everything is in our .io website, which you can also access via the shortened URL, call.la/IO. If not, you can also just use the normal URL. There is also interesting posts for newbies in the forum, technical and non-technical. Here it is, the URL I just described, and everything became easier with the additions to all these documentations in our website, be that particular to a specific distribution or operating system, or via the Git pod, and you will find more information how to build Collabora Online without the need to install any dependencies, changing your local environment via the Gitbot. And here is an example. And what is Gitbot? Is, if you will, this development environment in the cloud. And note that these servers are from GitHub itself. And here is an example using VS Code in the browser. So this is a browser tab, and we configure this in a way that automatically opens multiple terminals, one building Collabora Online for you, so you don't need to do nothing, and another one waiting for that building process to finish. And so and then with further instructions on how to open a browser with that URL itself. Yes, because not only you can develop using the browser, but you can also then see your changes and test your changes again using our development environment in the cloud. So once you, in this case, we are using Chromium, as you can see in the link, Chromium on the right side in the terminal, and we have access to this visual environment via the no VNC, and you have access to a normal distribution where you can open the browser, you can test, you can do whatever you want. So you can develop on the go. So that's amazing. Another improvement we did was to add a GitHub project, or to benefit from this GitHub project feature. So you can have different views and have a better overview of not only issues and their status, but also PRs and which PRs need attention and whatnot. And this is great for maintainers, but I believe also for testers, QA, new contributors, because they can really see which labels we do use. We can even avoid duplicity in development, and hopefully can work in a more organized way. Now there was a couple of very great news from this 2022 year that just passed. A lot of great stats. We have published this on our blog, so you can just head over to our blog page and you will see at, of course, LibreOffice.com, and you will see all these numbers. But it's just the bottom line here is just thank you for being part of Collabora Online, be that via helping in the forum, translating, sending commits. We have here our 10 committers from last year: Andreas Keynes, Nick S. Lore, Arpir, Gardner, Sebastian Anveld, Julius Hartel, Aloysius Alex 1 and 1, Smirta, Xclone X, Avatar 1024, and much more. And then we have another top 10 from, again, Andreas Keynes, Adolfo Barrientos, Yaron Zabrabani, Alexandro Valuto, Mataikas, Martin, Ihor, Rizal Mutakin, Abdel Sattar, Tantawi, and and the list goes on. And we have all these informations and more in the blog post. So it's just great. And I just hope we can not only replicate this on 2023, this current year, but surpass these numbers. And that's it. So I hope you enjoy the conference. Thanks.
Okay, so next is Italo Vignoli from the Document Foundation.
Okay, morning everyone, and welcome to very dry England. Talking about LibreOffice Technology, just a few words for the people that were not with us when we launched the project. What happened in 2010, or around between 2009 and end of 2010? The community, and there are many people here, many of them are Collabora employees or contributors, we decided that the OpenOffice at the time was under the risk of being abandoned because Oracle acquired Sun, and Oracle didn't have any intention of investing in open source. So we took the control of the source code, not me, luckily, but developers, because we wanted to not just to maintain the project, but renew and relaunch the code. And this is what happened very quickly in these years. Is a very short summary. So in 2010, LibreOffice was only for the desktop. In 2020, we are in 2023, but this was real in 2020. We have LibreOffice for the desktop. We have long-term supported versions for enterprises. We have LibreOffice Online, LibreOffice Mobile for Android and iOS, and LibreOffice for Chrome OS. If you summarize all of this and you know the products, you know that they all share the LibreOffice engine. So what we have trying to make this clear to the external world, because that is not clear if you don't know the products. It's very difficult. People is unfortunately educated by the competing Office suites, which have developed an engine for each platform. And while we have just one engine, which makes the product more robust, more consistent, and more easier to use for the user, because at the end, the results that he will get by managing a document in the different platform will be exactly the same. So, summarizing, we have called this LibreOffice Technology. Of course, LibreOffice is the name of a product, but LibreOffice Technology is the name of the underlying technology. And it is important that all the people that are talking about LibreOffice outside the project use this concept. There is a logo, I will show you in a second, but it's on all the slides of the cool days, because this is a very real and a very strong advantage of LibreOffice in comparison with other Office suites. So, same processing engine, of course, developers clean and refactor the source code. It was a little bit messy in 2010. It's probably messy today, but it's a lot less messy than it was in 2010. Focus on code quality and consistency. This is something that people outside the open source often do not realize. They ask you, and doing marketing for open source, I'm asked almost always how you do security. And when I just show a couple of tools, fuzzy tools, Coverity Scan, and I explain what they do, of course, they're not all security, but they're useful for the external world because they provide visuals, and visuals are very important. When I show the numbers of Coverity Scan, people say, oh, wow, 0 errors, which is not real, but the reality is that they see a 0 where they want to see a 0. And that is important for the user. And when I talk about users, it's also public administrations, enterprises adopting the product. And developers have also created easier APIs to develop on LibreOffice. So at the end, the tag is the best open source platform for personal productivity. So it's not anymore the best open source software, but it's a platform. And it's tightly integrated everywhere. And just to show you a couple of visuals, but because visuals help a lot, not that much technical people, but believe me, users are So we are the only one that can have this below the vertical platform. So we have a single productivity engine, and we have a single, the consequence is that we have a single way of writing documents. What happens with other Office suite is the following. They have an engine for, in most cases, they have an engine for each application and for each platform. Maybe they're not terribly different, but they're slightly different. Because if you, and I made the exercise of doing it, I own a license of Microsoft Office for the 3 platforms. I created the same documents from scratch, of course, on the 3 platform. And the documents were, of course, the same on the screen, but the XML was completely different. This means that if you exchange a document that has been written here with this engine, something may happen. And what happens quite frequently is that the robustness of the product with multiple editing on different platforms goes down. Of course, there is some marketing behind what I'm saying, but this has all been tested with users. So you can use exactly my words or your words mimicking what I'm telling, because this is something that is really true. Of course, I'm exaggerating it a little bit, but marketing is about communicating. So if you don't exaggerate a little bit, people will not listen to you. And therefore, we get to the unique selling proposition of LibreOffice, and you can have Collabora Online, you can have whatever name of product close to LibreOffice. Is that the best open source Office suite backed by a strong community and a strong ecosystem, based on the ODF ISO standard, even if we always have to remember that most people do not know ODF and know only the Microsoft Office format. So we have to always mention the level of compatibility with proprietary document format, which is improving basically with every release. So this it used to be problematic a few years ago, but today I think it's really, really reduced to low numbers. Of course, apart when you find macros. I talked with a city in Italy. I will probably have a meeting with them next week. They have a macro which is over 7,000 lines. And I said, I mean, you should write a program instead of having a macro for that, because it's unmaintainable. The first guy that wrote it has retired 5 years ago. So the people that are writing the macro are adding, and you know it better than me as you are developers. So the best of free open source with professional support available. And remember that we have certified developers, certified migrators, and certified trainers. So we do provide, as a global project, the resources that people expect in the outside world. And I think that's all. Thank you for listening. I hope to stay in the time, which was rather short, but anyway. If you have questions, I will be at the coffee break, and you're welcome to ask them. Thank you.
So I think next is Nick Wingate, and it should be pre-recorded.
Hi, I'm Nick, and today I'll be talking about exporting as PDF in Writer. We already have export as PDF functionality and a dialog enabled in the desktop app, so I don't need to make too many changes and new code for it to be enabled online. First was simply enabling the dialog as a JS dialog and exposing it online, so adding a button to call the dialog. Next we needed to make sure that the dialog was asynchronous on the back end so that multiple users can edit the document at once. This actually turned out to be a bit more complex than expected, so thanks to Szymon for helping me async the dialog. The next challenge that I faced was that on online, we use a file selector to get the file path for the document to be saved in, whereas with online, we can't use a file picker as the main file system is out of the domain. So instead, I decided it would be sensible to download the exported PDF, as we already have functionality for this. The final hurdle I worked on was with the password subdialog located in the security tab. This also needed to be a JS dialog as well as be asynchronous. Fortunately, it wasn't too hard, and after fixing that, the PDF dialog was now available and exposed online. Thanks for listening to my talk.
So the next one is Ezinne, and her talk is pre-recorded as well.
Hi everyone! Thank you for being a part of our program. My name is Nnamani Ezinne Martina, and I am a consultant associate software engineer at Collabora Productivity. Today, I'll be talking to you about the importance of a reliable test environment. So what is the meaning of this? A test environment can be said to be a set of hardware, software, or configuration that can be used to test an application. The goal of having a reliable test environment is to replicate the production environment as closely as possible. You'd want to be sure that what the environment you're testing with is most likely the environment the customer will be making use of when they are using your application. So what are the benefits of having a reliable test environment? The first would be improving the software quality. Because you are already testing with a replica of the customer's environment, you'd be able to know the performance of your application and how best to improve it. Then again, we have customer satisfaction. Having a reliable test environment will help you to know when you have met the customer's expectation or even exceeded it. Then the last would be reduced cost. It is easier to find and fix defects and bugs when you test with a reliable test environment. Okay, so when you are trying to create a reliable test environment, you should ensure that you follow the best practices. If, for instance, you want to make use of virtualization technology like the Docker or virtual machine, you'd want to follow the best practices. That way, you'd have a good replica of the test environment of your target user. Then the second one would be you have to ensure that you are monitoring and optimizing the environment continuously. You want to update the tools, update and upgrade your software that you are using to test. You'd also recall that when issue is reported or encountered, we usually ask for the device type, the configuration, version, and even sample files. This is to enable us to effectively reproduce the issue so as to enable us to investigate and fix the bug reported. Okay? So, this is the conclusion, yeah? Having a reliable test environment is essential for ensuring the success of your software project. Following the best practices and continuously monitoring your environment will help to improve the quality of your software, also reduce costs and increase customer satisfaction. Thank you so much again for being a part of our program. Thank you for listening. My name is Nnamani Ezinne Martina.
next is Anja from 21 Unity. So, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anja Gondolf, and I know that sounds a lot like Gandalf from Lord of the Rings, but be assured, I'm not a magician, even though I often try to do my magic. I am here on behalf of 21 Unity and the Open Power Foundation, and I'm very excited to be a part of Cool Day here in Cambridge. I have been asked to tell something about Open Power, the Open Power Foundation, and what 21 Unity has to do with Open Power. Well, then let's start with a quick introduction to the Open Power Foundation. But first of all, we are a very proud member of Open Power Foundation. The Open Power Foundation is a non-profit organization that was formed in 2013 by a group of companies initiated by IBM, with the goal of promoting and advancing the adoption of the open power architecture. The foundation aims to create an open and collaborative ecosystem for the development of high-performance computing solutions. The Open Power Foundation is providing a platform for companies and organizations to collaborate on the development of hardware and software technologies, as well as to promote the use of open standards and interfaces. The foundation also works to build awareness and education around the benefits of open computing systems and to foster a strong community of developers, researchers, and end users. One of the key features of the Open Power Foundation is the commitment to openness and collaboration. By working together, members of the foundation can leverage their collective expertise and resources to accelerate innovation and bring new, high-performance computing solutions to market more quickly and efficiently. But what is open power? Open Power is an open computer architecture framework based on IBM's Power architecture. The goal of Open Power is to provide an open, collaborative development platform for computer hardware and software to foster innovation and advancement in the industry. Open Power encourages collaboration and the exchange of ideas and technologies between different companies and organizations to accelerate the development of high-performance computing systems. An important aspect of Open Power is the open architecture, which means that any developer or engineer can build on it and develop their own solutions and systems. By collaborating and sharing resources and technologies, Open Power aims to push the boundaries of what is technically possible and create new opportunities for the application of computing power. In addition to the shown points on the slide, I gathered several advantages of using open power technology. And first of all, I would like to mention the performance. Open power technology is designed to deliver high levels of performance, making it well suited for applications that require intensive computing power, such as artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and high-performance computing. As open architecture developers and engineers can customize it to their specific needs, this makes it easier to create tailored solutions rather than having to rely on a one-size-fits-all approach. Collaboration between the members of the Open Power Foundation is leading to the sharing of resources, expertise, and best practices. This results in faster development cycles, improved product quality, and more innovative solutions. Open standards and open interfaces are making open power technology more interoperable with other technologies and allow simpler integration into existing systems. And by leveraging the open architecture and collaborating with other organizations and companies can reduce the cost of hardware, software, and support, particularly for large-scale deployments. Well, what are we, 21 Unity, are achieving with open power? 21 Unity is operating its own data center based on open power. There, we are providing our 21 Unity collaboration cloud. This is the next cloud enterprise adaptation and can include Collabora Online. Furthermore, we are offering an ERP. It is called 21 Pro. This is a modular program that can easily grow with the needs of your company. With open power technology, we can handle more customers per core, which is improvising scalability and resource utilization. Our engineers, I can assure you, have a lot of fun with software and technology porting, and the CTO of 21 Unity, Mr. Yogi Schneider, also here on Cool Days today, is always delving into designing new, faster, and power-saving hardware architecture. In summary, using open power is sustainable, energy-saving, and therefore environmental friendly. But there is one more thing. Everyone likes pictures. And let's have a look at these pictograms where we are showing the current use cases of open power at 21 Unity. We are well established in high-performance computing, cloud and edge computing, storage technology, AI, and industrial Internet of Things. We are looking forward expanding in network and automobile technology. Well, I think that's it for now. For any questions, we are at your service, and many thanks for your attention.
And next is Andras, Timar, talking about Duden. Will be right here.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to my talk. My name is Andras Timar. I work with Collabora. And this presentation is about how we integrated the Duden Korrekturserver with Collabora Online. So first of all, what is Duden? Duden is a dictionary of the standard High German language. It is released in every 4-5 years, 12 volumes. Each volume cover one aspect of the German language, such as orthography, synonyms, etymology, and so on. So this is basically a book. And Duden Korrekturserver is a product of EPC Consulting und Software GmbH, which is a spell checker, grammar checker, also style checker, which comes with a REST API and can be installed as a Docker image, can be used on-premise, or can be used on the cloud. So the task was to integrate this service with Collabora Online. So the reason why we use remote language checkers is there are multiple reasons for that. So sometimes they do a better job, or they cover a special use case, or there are services that are hard to install or closed source. So therefore we have a framework to integrate those remote language checkers into LibreOffice and also to the Collabora Online. So the first kind of work like this was with the language tool. We also had the offline version as an extension in LibreOffice, but they developed it further with the help of artificial intelligence. They could provide better suggestions, but this was hard to install, and therefore there is a web service for that. And Candy had a presentation about this on the previous school days half a year ago in Berlin. So some implementation details. We did it similarly to the language tool implementation. We added this service as a new component, reusing the LibreOffice spell checking API and architecture. So we reused a lot of code from the language tool integration. Luckily, this REST API was quite similar to the language tool API. And in the end, we just needed a small addition to the existing Collabora online configuration file, where we make a distinction between the language tool REST protocol and the Duden REST protocol. And this is how it works. So first, we need to enable the remote spell checking, keeping in mind that in case we are using the cloud service or text goes outside of our domain somewhere else, so we need to consider the privacy, read the privacy policy of the provider, and then we give the URL and the API key and the REST protocol, and that's it. We are ready to use the service. From the user interface point of view, it looks very similar to the existing known solutions. We have these curly underlines. We use different colors with different types of errors or things to fix. And with the right click context menu, we get suggestions from the remote service. So we also have a few development ideas for the future, because now we are running with the default settings of this Duden Korrekturserver. However, it supports a lot of options, configuration options. They call them property sets. So we can set the language variant for Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, slightly different. Also can select the check level, fast spell, normal spell, and spelling and grammar. In Germany also have multiple orthography standards. The old standard, which was renewed in the late 90s, I guess, but some people or some book issuers still use the old orthography standard, so it's possible to select. Also, we have options for hyphenations and also for style, whether to allow foreign words or old-fashioned words or dialect words. So this work was ordered by Weberhofer GmbH, so thank you. We thank them to have it made it possible, and the end user is the Austrian Bundesamt für Fremdenwesen und Asyl, Federal Office for Immigration and Asylum. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andras. And next is Thor.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Lillqvist and I work for Collabora. I'm talking about some work we did to make Collabora online, also work using a local LibreOffice technology in the browser directly. First, what problem this is supposed to solve is that if you are using Collabora online and then the internet connection breaks, like if you are in a train and it goes into a tunnel or something more drastic like your cables break or whatever, earthquake, and then you can't edit anymore and you can't even save the document locally, so you risk losing your, well, not risk losing your work, but you can't continue your work. There will be an autosave copy on the server, of course. And the solution to this problem is then that when the connection breaks, the JavaScript running in the browser notices this, and instead it then starts using this WebAssembly application that has already been downloaded to the browser. And now then the JavaScript parts of Collabora Online, they instead talk to this WebAssembly code instead of to the remote server. And also the idea is that the current version of the document has been downloaded in the document format, that it is not bitmaps as normally just for showing. And all editing functionality works as before. And then when the connection comes up again, the idea is that the document is uploaded, and then again it switches to using the Collabora Online server. And we call this functionality WASM for now, but I don't know if that's the final name for it. And the status of this work is that we have done the part that relates to building LibreOffice technology and Collabora Online for WebAssembly for WASM or as WASM. And also then Collabora Online using this works, but it has some performance issues. But in theory, the technology seems to work fine, as expected. But this switching back and forth between using a server and using the local WebAssembly, that has not yet been implemented. And at the moment, this work is paused, but will maybe continue later. And I want to thank Allotropia here also for helping us doing this work. And they also, Allotropia did the initial work of making LibreOffice technology built for WebAssembly. And here we have a bug in LibreOffice. If I remember correctly, this slide is supposed to say that what is not a good solution for this problem is that you have well, not a good solution in all cases, is to have a local installation of LibreOffice or Collabora Office, because many or some environments are very restrictive that you aren't allowed to install Collabora Office even on your local machine. And WASM, that is WebAssembly, it's a standardized way to run code that you have compiled from a traditional language in a browser. And WebAssembly is a format, a binary format that is, I think it's somehow based on LLVMs, or maybe not, I'm not entirely sure. But anyway, it's like a very binary format, and it can then be run in the browser or in some other environments that are not browsers. And it has been supported on all the major modern browsers for some time already. At least Safari, Chromium, Chrome, Firefox, Edge. And then another word that is often used for these things is mscripten, and that is the toolchain or one toolchain. I guess there might be several others also. It's based on Clang and LLVM and produces WebAssembly. And also the runtime C and C++ libraries are then included in this concept, I guess. And it provides much of a normal Linux API, also including then threading and the file system, but the file system is then in memory in the browser. And especially these threading things were a bit unclear at first when we started this, will it work or not, and it seems to be supported on all these platforms, in all these browsers now. And there are several versions of mscript, and it's developing all the time, and the version mentioned there is a bit old, but I know it works also with a newer one. And this, what Allotropia did, like already some year ago, was to make LibreOffice run in the browser using WebAssembly. But then it uses Qt to provide the UI inside the browser window. WASM does not need to use any Qt because, of course, we have the JavaScript part that provides the UI. And when you build this WebAssembly binary, you compile all the parts of LibreOffice Core, LibreOffice Technology that are needed, and then also the external libraries that it uses, and the C++ code in Collabora Online. And these all are compiled and linked into one big binary. And then the JavaScript code in Collabora Online, it works more or less as before. It just uses talks to the WASM binary instead. And the C++ code does not display anything. All the UI is handled by the JavaScript. And how does this then work? It actually is quite similar to how the iOS and Android applications work. They are also based on combining all the C++ code into one program and running it as one single process. And that there is just one process is also like one important thing here, because if you compare to normal Collabora Online, it uses a lot of processes. There is one master process and one process per document being edited. But that's not possible in an iOS or Android app. And instead, in a way, we use threads. And the same idea is then used for WASM too. Yeah, here I tell about these processes. And they communicate using sockets that are then using the WebSocket protocol. And what corresponds to the different processes in normal online then correspond to objects that run in separate threads in the process. And in order to not have to change the code too much, we kind of simulate using this inter-process communication by using this in-process buffering that we call fake socket. And if you want to experiment with how this whole thing works, it's also easy to do without actually using any mobile device or using WebAssembly, because there is a GTK app that is basically structured the same way and can be used for quick experimentation. In the future, when/if this is developed further, using quite so many threads and these fake sockets inside the process is not entirely ideal. It would be better to just simply replace this passing of messages over this fake socket by directly calling code in another object. But still, even if it's not the ideal solution, it has worked fairly well in the mobile apps. And if you want to read more about how to build this thing and how to develop it, there are a couple of README files, both in LibreOffice itself and in Collabora Online. And thank you. That was all for this.
Thank you very much, Ko. And next is Tomaž. Is it? Yeah.
I should do it.
Thorsten. Sorry. So, like, I had it here.
I didn't know. So, multi-start gradients.
You can read it here.
So, in LibreOffice, we only have like two color gradients, and there was missing support for multicolor gradients, which means that the colors for the gradients can be multiple, and it then interpolates between these colors. So what is this about multicolor gradients? And now Allotropia is doing the work, except Armin. And what he has done is like, currently he implemented the drawing layer, which is done, and also the renderers and export. And currently he's doing the implementation for inside the model. Inside the model, this is like inside the UNO, you have to change all these assumptions that were previously there, like just one gradient, two color gradients, and now we have like a list of colors, and this had to be changed, and then, okay, let's see, what is this here? Okay, so how he did the implementation is just he used the inside the drawing layer, he added the color stops inside base GFX file. There is in base GFX, I think it's where the definition is for the color gradient. And drawing layer fill gradient attribute. This is inside the drawing layer. He rendered the drawing layer decomposition and texture back transform for 3D. Don't know why. Okay. Okay. Sure. And while this is ongoing, the next, I think, in the first slide, he mentions that the file format is still not done, and he started doing this. After this will be something to show. Probably what still needs to be done is also on the UI, when you have on the UI, it needs to be changed so that you can select multiple colors, not just two. And then there also needs to be changed inside the OXML and updated the ODF filter. So some initial results, and this is how it currently looks like. Even more. So as you can see, like this is, it goes from one color to another to another to another. So like we can now do all the rainbow. There is charts, you can even 3D. So we can do color donuts. And this is all.
So big apologies for the confusion, because it was a talk that was supposed to be done by Allotropia, but unfortunately due to German strikes and some other issues, neither Thorsten nor Thorsten Behrens or nor Armin Legrand couldn't make it. So again, and thank you, Tomaž, for taking it quickly. I just had it like here on the paper, like this is Tomaž's talk. So, yeah. Okay. Anyway, so now we have a break. Please be here in 15 minutes. There will be another block starting then. So enjoy the food and the coffee and everything just downstairs, and be here in 15 minutes. for interrupting all your talks like this abruptly, but let's continue. Before we do, there's one thing, and I will remind it to you once again. So there are some laptop bags downstairs, and there is one for each of you. So please take one. Make sure that you are leaving with the laptop bag. But then now we have Gulsah's presentation, which is pre-recorded.
Hello, my name is Gulsah. I'm software developer at Collabora Productivity. Today I will talk about my journey in Collabora Productivity. My start point is LibreOffice. When I was a student, I started to work on an easy hack of LibreOffice. This beginning has gone far beyond what I could have imagined. I supported the LibreOffice migration projects of some institutes in Turkey. Then I gave up because I had to deal with too many procedures other than coding. Then I joined the Collabora Productivity. Here I worked on similar things to previous job without distract my focus with extra things. That was perfect. As you know, codebase is huge. In years, I touched many parts of Collabora Office. Each new bug made me discover something new. I became more familiar with the codebase in this process, but in time, working in a new thing became more attractive. Collabora Online always appealed to me. Then Michael gave me this opportunity. Pedro guided me very well. Thank you very much. Currently, I'm working on the online site. Everyone's beginning point and story is different. I will tell my transition story and my observations. Of course, to be familiar core site is not a requirement. There are so many areas to unrelated to core. For example, my first page was about follow user feature. Follow user feature is used for following a user's cursor position in the document. That's not related with the core site, and I sent my page directly to online. But some of the issues that I worked on was related to core site. This is my advantage. Sometimes you don't need to touch online code. When you solve in core, it automatically solved in online site. That is the best case. But sometimes feature works on core but doesn't work on online site. In that case, problem can be the communication core and online. It took some time to learn how core and online communicate. When you inspect the console in Chrome Developer Tool, you will see so many logs. To understand which one is related with your action, for example, if you want to understand what happened when you press A, firstly clean your console, then press A and start to read logs. You will see some keywords like keyboard event, text input. You can grab that keywords in online code, put breakpoints to suspected lines and debug. One day I worked on an hyperlink issue. Here you can see the hyperlink message. I debugged the online code to learn where the invalidate cursor message comes. This is the online code. In that point, I couldn't follow the code anymore. I need to understand what is that payload, where it came. I couldn't follow in online code because that case, that log callback invalidate visual cursor case, wasn't belong to online code. Then I learned that I need to go core site to continue trace the code with that keyword. Now you are reading the Collabora Office code. I read, debugged code and understand how we put that hyperlink into the message. You can see here Here we create an empty hyperlink object. We modify the object here. We put the hyperlink into the message parameters. Then we send the message parameter to online site here. This is an example how online and core communicates each other. Of course, there are many other methods for communication, but that was for hyperlink. I'm still discovering, learning, enjoying. Thank you for listening. Bye.
And next is Gabriel from One on One.
Thank you. So my name is Gabriel Masei. I'm a senior C++ developer at One and One Mail and Media. And I'm also a contributor to Collabora Online and LibreOffice projects and communities since I think 2018. And today I will talk about deploying Collabora Online on a large scale. Okay, in One and One, we are using Collabora Online for our online office applications. We are offering two services, viewer and the editor. Both are based on Collabora Online. The viewer uses Convert to REST API to convert documents to PDF, and then the PDF is displayed in front end. And of course, the editor provides the entire set of editing capabilities that Collabora Online provides. So these two services we are using in the cloud. So our users, which are storing the documents in our cloud, can view and edit the documents through these services, through these applications. Also, email, we are using email attachments, also for viewing and editing the attachments. And also we have a feature called hybrid mail, which allows you to which allows a user to send a letter, a physical letter to a physical destination address directly from our online office application. The role of the Collabora Online here is to convert the letter to PDF, which is sent to Deutsche Post, and Deutsche Post takes care of, prints it and takes care of delivering to the destination address, physical destination address. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the scale of deployment. I think One and One was the first one who deployed Collabora Online through Kubernetes. Why we are using Kubernetes? Because the scale of deployment is pretty large. And in this case, we need to use a powerful tool that could help us to handle that deployment. So we have more than 50 pods for the editor, more than 50 pods for the viewer, one cool instance per pod, 2 cores per pod, a limit of 6 gigabytes per pod. And our experiences with our users is that more than 600 documents are edited at the same time. 600 is, let's say, on the lower half of the interval of usage. We sometimes experiencing usage of close to 1,000 documents edited at the same time. In 24 hours, there are more than 35,000 documents edited. And in viewer, we experience around 600,000 conversions in 24 hours. Okay, so as you can see, the deployment is pretty large. Okay, in terms of volume of instances, of number of instances of Collabora Online, and in terms of usage from our user side. Okay, so in order to to handle well that large scale of deployment, we are using a specific architecture, which you can see here is made of two sides. So we have a client side which renders cool data HTML in an iframe and displays it to the user, integrates in our online office web user interface. And also we have a server side which is made up of multiple components. The most important ones are shown here. So we have a middleware, which is a proxy, which handles connections from clients and redirects them to cool. Okay, it behaves like a proxy, but also it makes some other tasks like balancing and so on. Collabora Online also is another component, of course, and the other component is a storage adapter. The role of storage adapter is to convert from WAPI protocol to our internal protocol. Okay, so our cloud does not understand WAPI protocol, so we have to convert request from Collabora Online to cloud and the other way. Okay, so its role is to make this conversion. These three components that you can see here inside that red rectangle, all of them are deployed through Kubernetes. Okay, so not only Collabora Online, but also the router, the storage adapter. Of course, the biggest number of instances is on Collabora Online side. Okay, the other components have much less instances. Okay, so let's discuss a little bit about one-on-one contributions for large-scale development. Okay, so we shared some of our implementations that helps us to handle this deployment. We shared with community. Okay, so we will discuss about three of them. I think the most important one of them is we provided a basic support for Kubernetes some time ago, of course. In the meantime, that first implementation was expanded. So how the deployment works? We are building a Docker image, okay? Then we are packaging the Helm charts, and then trigger a deploy in Kubernetes. Kubernetes uses the Docker uses the Helm charts to configure the system, the environment, where the containers from based on build a Docker image are deployed. So our project, our contribution was to provide some Helm charts, okay, as a basic setup for everyone wants to, as a starting point for everyone wants to use Kubernetes to deploy Collabora Online. The Helm charts are residing in Kubernetes folder. Of course, when we didn't provide with a proxy. As I discussed a little bit earlier, we have a proxy, a middleware. Okay, we didn't provide support for that, but in the meantime, as far as I know, Pranam added support for Nginx and for HA proxy, I think. If I'm mistaken, correct me. Of course, on our side, we don't use Nginx and HA support. We are using a custom proxy because of the particularity of our needs. Okay, but all of them can be used successfully. Okay, I mentioned earlier, but let me mention again that the proxy is needed for balancing and for handling collaborative editing, at least for these tasks. Okay, on our side we are doing multiple tasks. Another contribution was a REST endpoint for statistics. Collabora Online, until we shared this implementation for a REST endpoint, Collabora Online offered and is still offering the admin.html endpoint. Okay, that is a really nice tool to see some statistics, to evaluate the behavior of the application. However, on a large scale deployment, you need something automatic. You need something simple and something that could be processed by some tools in an automatic way. Okay, so that's why we created that REST endpoint, because we are using Prometheus as a tool for evaluating these statistics and providing them in a nice way, let's say, through Grafana. Okay. So the endpoint is /cool/getMetrics. The metrics are provided in a simple Prometheus compatible format. The Prometheus format is a little bit more complex, but we are providing the statistics in a very, very simple format. On the right side, you can see an example of some statistics. Okay, so it's usually name of the statistic followed by a number, by a value. It's difficult to say that this is a format, but this is the, let's say, the basic format of Prometheus. Okay. The statistics are different. We provide values for total, min, max, average. Why? Usually, if you have some tool like Prometheus or Grafana, that tool can store data for different time frames, and it could provide a minimum, a maximum, and an average. But sometimes you don't have that tool. Okay, you don't have access to that tool, so you need to see immediately what is the max value or mean value or an average value. So I think that is useful in this case. Statistics are some global statistics about, for example, global memory, statistics about processes, CPU, memory usage, threads, number of threads. This could help in evaluating the performance of the application and also could point security issues and so on. At document level, counting the documents, the views, some network activity, okay. The amount of data exchanged between client and server through WebSocket connections, download, upload duration, load duration, open duration, how time a document was opened, was in an open state. Okay, some errors, some statistics about errors. Thank you, Michael, for providing those statistics. And also cleanup statistics. And now we will go to the third contribution that I think it's important when having a large-scale deployment. Well, as with the metrics, when you have a large-scale deployment, you need automation. Okay, you need automation because if you have 50 pods to handle them, to study them, it's very difficult. So you have to implement some automatic tools and features. And since Collabora Online is based on LibreOffice Online, which is a very complex application, of course, it's not something unusual that the application from time to time has some issues, okay, and especially on Kit process side, because Kit process slows the LibreOffice application, which is very, very complex. And from our experience, we've seen that most of the problems were coming from there. So we decided to implement some automatic mechanism for cleaning up, let's say, problematic Kit processes. Okay, problematic Kit processes could mean multiple things, but we focused on two types of problematic Kit processes. The Kit processes which are not handled anymore by cool WSD, they are useless. Okay, they could be removed, and also resource-consuming processes. They are still up and running. They are still referenced by cool WSD, but they are consuming a lot of resources. So we decided to implement this cleanup features and share it with the community. Okay, I won't dig into details. I kept a presentation on this topic at Cool Days 2021. You can find it on YouTube. Okay, it's called Stability and Cleanup Improvements in Online. If you want to know the details about these features, you can access that video. Okay, and I think that's it from my side. Thank you for Collabora and the LibreOffice communities for this amazing application.
Okay, I've heard that there was actually a question like what is one-on-one, so you can see it here, like it is the company behind web.de, gmx and mail.com kind of thing. So next presentation is from Henry, and it is again pre-recorded.
Hi, my name is Castro, and we are going to talk about feedback dialogue. First, we were going to check how the dialogue is embedded on the iframe. Then we are going to talk about this, what compile parameters it is needed to work with, and finally some code pointers that you can read the code and do some customization according to your needs. First, it is needed to create servers. Let's suppose we are creating the testrating.com feedback HTML, and this service is running, and we can test it on local network or internet in your browser that the dialog form you design it is properly working in the client side. The next step is to compile your Collabora online instance, and you need to add this parameter with the path of your feedback HTML. And when this is compiled, you have to run in the new instance will enable it to embed your specific URL to request the dialog. Well, this is an example with how the feedback, the dialog will pop up after certain conditions that you can customize that logic, when or what time the dialog should show to the user. And in this particular example, this is responsive to our mobile view, and when the user can rate the dialog. Okay, let's inspect some source code, and let's check the code pointers. You can check the map handler here. Is in the feedback.js, and basically the source code, you can read it. They have some criteria or some logic they have to meet to show that dialog to the users. And you can check here, we are dynamically inserting the iframe with your specific URL. And some sort of parameters you need to pass. Okay, let's check this file too. If you want to inspect the iframe dialog, yes, and you will see exactly when we are creating the iframe with a specific CSS. You can put your breakpoint here and check what is happening with your feedback dialog. Do some hacking over here. You want to customize something, and you can check here to the event listener load that is attached to a functional load, and it is triggered when the browser completely download your request. And once it's completed, finally we will show the dialog. And the result will be something like that. And you probably have this other data or customization according to your needs. And basically, this is simple, and you can handle this kind of feedback dialog. I hope it is clear. Well, thank you very much. Bye.
It turns out that I'm the next, and I forgot to prepare my presentation for presenting. So, Intigriti. Okay, hello, I'm Kendi, and I will be talking about what we have learned from ethical hacking via Intigriti. So what is Intigriti? It is a platform for ethical hacking, so that means that they have some network of researchers who are, when you want them, they will try to hack into your product or into your web page and into whatever you ask them to do. We were lucky enough that the European Commission has chosen us to be part of that and give us the opportunity and the budget actually to get involved via Intigriti and get them hacking the Collabora online. So we had few calls with them, how to set up the things. So we agreed what is the target here, how the researchers actually should be approaching that, what can they do, what is out of scope for them. So we have identified what are the levels actually of the bugs that we are interested in, what is extremely bug that is very serious for that, and what is actually middle, and what is actually low, and then we rolled it out. So this is how the Collabora Online setup looks like in the Intigriti. So the researchers are paid for their findings actually. So when they find something very low, that is some mild or very small security bug in the Collabora Online, they will get 250 euros. But if they find something extremely dangerous and something that gives the document out, they will get 5,000. So this is quite cool, right? Luckily, good news is that Collabora Online is secure enough. So there was no exceptional bug. So there was no bug that would take over the document and or being able to see other people's document or something like that. And we've got two critical ones, which is not ideal, but not extremely bad. And even better news is that there is still some budget left. So they found quite some bugs, but now they are unable to find anything else. So another good news is that these kind of reports that we've got here were quite some funny. I will have few examples in the next slide. Unfortunately, I cannot go into more details, but most of them were related to cross-site scripting. So giving the possibility to the attacker to somehow mess with the JavaScript in the page. Not much, but still something. All the reports that the researchers gave us included some proof of concept of that, which was extremely helpful in identifying how to do that. So they've done just really good job there. The main lesson learned from this is always sanitize. So there's a nice XKCD thing about this. Yeah, sanitize. That's good. So I cannot give you very concrete examples, but it was mostly in the sense that like you do one thing, then another thing somewhere else, and then these two like combine together. When somebody like visits something, then like the dialogue appears. So like two examples. As I said, like I shouldn't go into too much details because we are still about to create CVEs for these and do the proper announcement of all these. Which will be done, but like so far I can tell you that like yeah, well, when you name the document some special way and then like you visit admin console and do some, and the admin does something there and visits something, then yeah, well, they are able to show the dialogue that yeah, well, you have been accessed. And the other thing is like if you insert a command, and you can do it in LibreOffice. Insert a command that again like contains some special things in that. Then when the user like actually visits the command and clicks on the command in some way, then well, yeah, again like you are able to show something. So it was like some nicely complicated scenarios that they found. So I think they deserve the money that they've got for this. Root of all evil here is the inner HTML. So always like there is a danger, like when you are developing JavaScript, think twice or three times like when you are using inner HTML, because like you have to be sure that it is sanitized, like what goes there. And yeah, overall, like I was very excited for this opportunity that the European Commission and Intigriti themselves gave us for this. It was like really pleasant to talk to the Intigriti people, pleasant to talk to the researchers, like when there was necessary to provide more information about things. They were doing like by themselves very good descriptions of the problem, and also like very good like reproduction steps, like even like with pieces of code that showed, or some of them even like pointed directly in the source code of Collabora Online, like yeah, so this is like what is causing the problem. So yeah, it was awesome. Thank you so much. And next is Paris.
Hello everyone. My talk is on integrating dark mode in Collabora Online. How does this go to the next slide? So how does document rendering work in Collabora Online? As you may know, it is server-side rendering. The document is composed of many tiles, and this helps because you don't want to re-render the entire document. You only want to re-render the part that changed. So what we do is we send a delta of the change, a compressed delta of the change to the clients that need it. We want to reuse the already re-rendered tiles among as many users as possible. So the difficulty in dark mode is that if you have 250 users that use light mode and another 100 that use dark mode, you don't want to render the document that many times. Optimally, you would want to render once for dark mode and once for light mode and spread it amongst the users. What are the problems with integrating dark mode? Is, well, because it's server-side rendering, we can't modify the rendering on the client side. It's not as simple as other web applications where you just change a CSS color. We cannot give each user their own view, as I said, because re-rendering the document per user is slow. There was no view separation based on the view options. This caused other problems as well. There is some things that a user can activate that they want to see that other users would not want to see. For example, spell checking or non-printing characters, Velcro characters. Another issue was that the colors were a global state. They were a static struct in the core code, which made sense for the desktop application because you only have a single person viewing it. So if you have dark mode in one window, you generally want it in the other window as well, but it doesn't make sense in the online. And the tiles were not properly invalidated when switching to dark mode, so that was another problem. What is the current state after working on it? The dark mode is implemented and the view separation works nicely. Clients share the same view correctly, which is the benefit of what we discussed before. And it's easily extensible with more view options. There is more stuff that we want to render for one user but not the other, such as we said spell and line, etc., and also watermarks. So here is a preview of how it looks, where one document uses light mode, the other uses dark mode, and you can also faintly see a watermark in the background that one user has and another doesn't, that is rendered on top of the document. We wouldn't want a watermark that exists for one user to appear in another user's. There is some annoying white background in the dark mode that is, I think that's part of the online side, so it should be easy to fix. And what is next? We need to also integrate dark mode in Calc and Impress. Unfortunately, the view options struct there has some issues as well. And allow for adding new themes, such as high contrast. The goal is to allow the server maintainer to start the server with a selection of themes that the users can choose. And we also want to extend the test suite. Thanks for listening.
So next is Szymon.
Hello, my name is Szymon Klos, and today I want to talk about how to debug the JS dialogs. As maybe you know, we are converting all the UI components to our own UI library, which is called JS dialogs. So that means that probably more developers will have to debug that. So in this talk, I want to prepare some short manual where to look while debugging the JS dialogs. So we can have example problem that we open some dialog, we click on a widget, maybe button, and it does nothing. What we should, what steps we should take? First, the place where we should look is the browser console. We log all the activity from the JS dialogs, which is outgoing or incoming from the server in the browser console, and the event after we do some action like clicking on the button or selecting something from the list box should be logged there. The event is called dialog event, and it has two important parameters. One is window ID, which is unique ID of the dialog or other component, and JSON with some details about the event, what happened. If that is logged, that means that the online part is ready, because we emit some command for the server. If that's missing, probably we should implement the action on the online side. So when that's good, next place where we should look at is the server side, executor.cxx file. And there we do two steps. First, we look for a widget in our register, and then we handle that action we described in the JSON we sent. So we can inspect the register with all the widgets we register during the building the dialog, for example in the debugger, and we can check if our widget is there. If it's there, it was correctly initialized. If it's not, probably we don't have prepared the wrapper for JS dialogs for that type of control. So we have to implement that. But if we found the correct widget, below in that execute action function, we should implement some handling code for that type of a command. For example, for change event, we have some code for the combo box, and that's correct. But sometimes we still have some missing pieces of code, so you should check if that is maybe not implemented. But if it's implemented, the very important thing is to not only set the new values for some widgets, but also call the callbacks for the dialog code. So we have to look if there is use of log trigger, which triggers also the callbacks, which tell the dialog that something was updated. If that is done, then we should move to the dialog implementation itself. Maybe something is missing there. So we look for all the handlers for the callbacks, which are binded by the link macro in the code, and probably the name of the function is connect something. Like in this case, we have connect value changed for the metric field. Then we look for the callback implementation, and we look what is happening there. Maybe there is some action we don't handle in the JS dialogs. In this case, we have set value function, which should be implemented in which should be overridden by JS dialog wrapper. So we will send the update. So next step is to check if all these functions are correctly wrapped, and inside we have send action or send update calls, because then the update will be sent from the server to the client, and that's it. That's the whole flow, how it should go. On all these steps, we should always check if something is happening, and then we should successfully get the message back from our action. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much, Szymon. Next is Anna. And I will quickly open.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Anja, project manager in Collabora Productivity, and today I'm going to talk about users' feedback and let you know what our users think about our product. Well, my presentation covers the type of data we store, data maintenance, some negative, positive feedbacks by users, interesting feature requests, and statistics based on ratings. What type of data we store? Actually, we store some reports, ratings provided by users, Feedback, which is differentiated in 3 types like bugs, praises, and some kind of new feature request. We also store data of when the feedback was provided, email of the reporter, however it's not always there, and hash of the version. I want you to know that we expire personally identifying information after 3 years. But just storing data is not enough. We also maintain the data, and we do it by turning original CSV into a well-organized spreadsheet. We filter the data from original spreadsheet and keep only the data that is necessary for our analysis. We use special color palette to differentiate bugs, features, and words of praises, and then we turn hash into version to make it visually more understandable for which version the feedback was provided. And we refresh spreadsheet once in 2 weeks in order to make sure we manage all reports provided by users. Here I included some positive feedback provided by our users. You can see that our users are satisfied, they recommend it, they are looking for new features to get closer to Microsoft Office. They love it, use it daily, and they congratulate to all team behind the project. And here you can see, I should say that very often we get work feedback without an email address to go and get more details for some comments. And here are some examples. You can see that some of them are really backward, can't read. And for example, one user says that he needs better right to left language support and Arabic Persian fonts. Well, we have this improved in our 2205 version. Another user says that it's very buggy, the document's not loaded or displayed. Well, no details, so we can't understand why the issue caused. It can be a configuration issue or anything else. Another user says nothing works, like literally, and we still don't know what doesn't work. Here I have some interesting feature requests. For example, one of our users says that it would be cool if we show the count of cells when they are selected. We noted it for future enhancement. Another user says that he would like to have chat functionality. Well, we noted it as well. This user says that it would be useful to copy the link to the document and make it in a way that it goes directly to the document instead of to the folder that contains the document as before. Well, this feature is already delivered, and we hope our user is happy with it. And we have a huge group of people who are asking for dark mode, and it's in progress. We hope to deliver it as soon as possible, and our users will be happy with it. And here I have some statistics based on ratings. I included 3 most rated versions by users. These versions are for core, but you can see online versions as well. In the top first is 2205 and 8. In the second place, it's 2106 and 28, and third place is 2205.6. My next graph is about top 3 version with the highest rate. You can see that 2205 and 81 is the highest. Its rate is 4.9 out of 5. It seems people really like that version. On the second place is 2106 and 26, 4.4 out of 5. And in the third place it's 2106 and 29, 4.3 out of 5. As a conclusion, I want to say that we listen to our users, we care about them, and we are trying to make our product better for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. And I think next is Ash.
Thank you, Candy. Hi, everyone. My name is Ashot Nakashian. I go by Ash. It's easier, I think. And I hope you're having a wonderful conference so far. Today I'm going to talk about multimedia feedback. That was a feature that was highly requested. We've added this late last year, and it just came to fruition this year when we're having more and more feedback from users as to how useful it is and what kind of paper cuts they're seeing. The idea is fairly straightforward. You have a piece of video or maybe an audio recording and you want to embed it in your document and you want to be able to play it back. This has certain challenges as we will see. But the basic idea is you want to have interactive controls. You want to be able to play it and pause and go back and forward as you would expect with any media playback software. But all of that, of course, is in the document. And with online, you want all of that to work on the browser side, which adds another level of complexity. But the advantage with the browser is that the browser already recognizes a number of standard formats, so we wanted to leverage that. Yet, of course, you want to be able to edit your documents, right? That's the whole idea. So if you have a piece of video embedded, you also want to be able to deal with it like any other shape. On the UI side, which was done by Szymon, the idea was that we will receive from the server, the backend, CoolWSD, all the necessary information in the form of a URL that the server will be able to serve the media from. We needed to create the HTML elements so that it will be not just visible on the screen, but also something that the user can manipulate, right? To edit, to resize, you need that. But at the same time, when you're doing a full screen presentation, the full screen presentation, it works in a slightly different way by exporting an SVG, which is a format that browsers natively understand, and that is what is being played back. So we needed to embed the URL there as well. And all of this is basically working off of the server just as a separate endpoint. So there's a bit of security that I'm going to revisit. On the backend side, what we needed to do was we needed to extract all the media while we were loading the document. Why? Because you need to know in advance what embedded media streams exist in the document, primarily because a single stream can be reused multiple times in different places and in different ways. But ultimately, it's the same stream, and it's embedded once. It's deduplicated in the document. And that's what you want to serve. You don't want to pretend that there are 100 copies when there is really only one. So we do that up front. We cache the data so that the server will be able to revisit it again in a unique way. And what we do is we create a unique URL that is secure in the sense that it has random keys generated in it, and also it has the full document-specific, the WAPI source URL, which identifies the document on the server level. So it has the domain, it has a fully qualified URL. So all of this is packaged into one admittedly long URL that is unique, that is safe, and so on. And that's what we expose to the document. From then on, once we get the request, we stream the file just like any other streaming service. It all works fairly easily. This is a quick demo. I have two users opening the same document. It's a presentation. One of them is playing, and you can see when the other user is selecting one of the videos, the other user can see that there is a selection. Here you can see the admin, which is the other user, has this selection, and you can see that they're both playing and pausing independently. Here there is an interactive resizing happening. Obviously, the other view will also get an immediate refresh, and their playback has to stop and restart because we can't track where they were. Notice that all of the interactive parts are happening on the browser. The server is only streaming the contents without really knowing what's in it. And this is a full screen view of it. By the way, there is also audio in the recording. Unfortunately, it doesn't play back from the speakers, but I can hear it from the laptop here. Basically, what you've seen is a completely interactive live demo that I did before coming to the conference. The design has a number of properties, and maybe one disadvantage that's worth mentioning. It's a fairly low CPU utilization on the server. We're just streaming the bits that were embedded in the document. There is no overhead of processing or recompressing the data or decompressing. We don't know what's really in the stream. All we know is that it's a media file that is embedded that we need to service it. At the same time, as I said, we deduplicate them, so we don't have the overhead of managing as many copies as the document might be referencing. So it really works fairly well. And because of the contents are typically already compressed to a good balance between quality and size, because it has to be embedded in the document, we also leverage that because we're only passing that along on the network. So again, very low overhead. The main compromise of this is that we rely heavily on the browser being able to unpack and understand the media format. Admittedly, this is a significant limitation if you think about it, but on the positive side, most of the formats that are currently commonly used are standardized. The browsers understand them. Unless it's a really archaic format, then you would have difficulty playing back. Fortunately, I haven't heard complaints for unsupported media. So pretty much everything that you'd expect to work does already work in the browser immediately, and that actually makes it easier because the user also gets an interactive experience with the controls that they're familiar with in their browser. And with that, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ash. And Qualon is the next.
Where are the keys in this thing? There we go. Right, yeah. So I'm Quailon McNamara from Red Hat, and I don't work on the online. I work on the shared core. So seeing as I'm invited here and put up for free, I decided I'd better sing for my supper. So some of the things that I work on here are crash testing and the fuzzing. For crash testing, we're taking a whole big pile of existing documents and we're trying to make sure that they don't crash. We're trying to make sure that anybody that makes them crash, we find that pretty quickly, let them know and get these regressions sorted before we get to release. So the documents we use come from two main sources. We get them from public Bugzillas, which is the first script, and then more recently we get them from various public forums, which Cisco from the Document Foundation has discovered and tracked. And we have some other collections as well, like collections we got from CloudOn back in the day, and some donations that we thankfully got from ForcePoint of Crasher documents. These numbers are out of date as to how many documents there are. I'll mention that later on. So we import them all, and in most cases we export them back out to multiple formats, and then we re-import what we just exported and see does anything crash along those lines. We get core dumps and we get back traces, and we put them all up on a server to have a look at. This is just last year's crash testing. There's a big jump there, which is when the additional documents from the forums that I mentioned were put into the mix, and then the big decrease at the end as we finally sort out some of the major crashers. On that side of things, we can manage to do most of that because of AdFinance has given us some really significant hardware that we use to churn through these documents. Massive 48-core thing, huge memories, and it takes us about 3 days to get through them all. With the most recent additions to the forums, so the most recent documents we added back. recent documents we added back in there after the most recent forum was the Excel forum. It's a collection of 500,000 Excel documents. So the actual amount of documents we have now is coming close to 900,000, but 500,000 Excel documents come in, which has been challenging to deal with the outstanding ones we have left. But we're down to about 9 different categories of crashes. I put a summary onto the development mailing list about every couple of weeks, and they're categorized together, and you can see which ones are still crashing. So there's only about 9 categories left. About 4 of them are calc, and about 5 of them are writer, and progress is good. So that's the crash testing part of things. And the second set of things then is when we go out our way to find documents that have not existed beforehand and generate documents that will crash for us. These are particularly useful when somebody invents a new feature. What we find is that, for instance, the most recent one I think was the 64-bit zip. 64-bit zip code was put in on, let's say, a Monday. The Google OSS fuzz stuff sees that there's been changes and then analyzes what way it can get the code to go down these new paths and comes up with crasher documents on the Tuesday. So we get instant feedback as to documents that are can be generated to crash those things, whereas with the other case you have to wait till the end of the week before you find out that your changes have caused something like that. In this case, this is built on the Google side on their servers, whereas with the other one we build it on our side. There's a script that they call and builds. It's built twice a day. We have 48 fuzzer targets. These are built with various fuzzers and various backends, and each one of them targets a single file format. So when you multiply it together, you get this nearly 200 fuzzers built twice a day and churning away 24 by 7 by 365 for the last since 2017. It's built statically like the Android and the iOS case, so it's a kind of a complicated build, and it gives you a very large output, but it is something then that the Google people can move inside their network without requiring any configuration to come along with it. There's a link there to the seed corpuses we use that anybody else that has a relevantly interested project that wants to do fuzzing can use as their seed. This is the amount of crashes we have over the last years, huge numbers in the first year or two as we turn on the various fuzzing targets, and as time goes by, more and more fuzzers have been added to it, so the number increases, but we have all those bugs actually solved. So if you were to, I think as this morning, we had 4 outstanding bugs, even though we have had to solve, thousands of them over the last couple of years. Practical problems was that there's always going to be timeouts. There's 30 seconds before the fuzzing claims that there's a timeout, so you have to tune it carefully, keep your documents small. Various documents are compressed, and they have vast decompression ratios, so you have to manage all of that. Out of memory is common as well. There's a lot of file formats that just are fundamentally able to use infinite amount of memories from a tiny source input. So again, a lot of tuning for a lot of these third-party things, the JPEG ones and so forth, to try and keep this under coverage. A coverage gap, and this is the last slide. Pretty much good coverage on fuzzing of the import. We're not doing a lot of fuzzing of the export. I think that's someplace we need to look into, is that we need to start fuzzing particularly the PDF export, and that will then exercise the writer layout, and it'll probably be quite challenging to deal with the amount of output we have from that, but it is some task that we'll probably get sorted in the next year or so. Okay, thank you.
So next is store, but I'm wondering, if you are still coping. You do? Okay, so because I would suggest to have 5-minute just break if you want to stand up, stretch a bit, or questions or anything, just for a change. No, you are all fine. So, okay, next is store.
Yes, hello again. I'm still Lillqvist and I still work for Collabora. This talk is about handling missing fonts and dynamically downloading or adding fonts to a running online server. And this is more or less a repeat of the talk in Berlin also, so if you heard that, you will be familiar with this already. The problem here is that when some user loads a document and the document uses fonts that aren't available on the server, and then the document looks bad and the user thinks it's the fault of Collabora Online, which is not nice, of course. And the solution is to maybe tell the user what fonts are missing, that it's not our fault, it's the document's fault. Whoever created it used bad fonts. And we could tell the server administrators about this, or the user could do that, and then the admins could acquire this font legally and add it to the server, and then they don't need to restart the server, but it will be available to new users creating sessions after that. And how this then is implemented is actually not that straightforward. There are actually two cases. First of all, either a font is missing completely, or then a font with the same name exists, but it's some different version that doesn't have all the characters or all the glyphs that the document wants to use. And the ideal would, in a way, be, or I would think it would be that you get the information about missing fonts when you load the document, but it doesn't work like that, at least not without some additional coding. But it doesn't actually matter because we have a way to, or we will get this information anyway right after loading the document. And we actually added some years ago an API to find out what fonts have been substituted by other fonts during rendering. I don't remember, I don't know what this was supposed to be used for, but at least it's used now for this feature. However, there are some complications here. This API doesn't really report very exactly what is happening. One issue is that in the document formats, there is typically just the name of a typeface and then some flag telling that we want the italic or bold or etc. versions of that. And this API, when it reports that a font has been substituted by another font, it tells separately the family and style name of the substitution. And it tells that also for fonts that are not missing. Like if the document uses Liberation Serif, this API tells that it has been replaced by Liberation Serif and a style regular, which of course means the same thing. And so that has to be then filtered out and not taken into account. And this is made a bit more complicated by the fact that there is no standard names for these styles. The normal style that is not bold and not italic and so etc. It can be called regular or normal or Roman or book or maybe even something else. So I added some heuristics to bypass these non-problems. When a font has been substituted by itself, actually, it just can be skipped and we don't need to handle that. And also these well-known metric-compatible open source fonts that are substituted for well-known proprietary fonts, we don't need to report those. And then adding fonts to the server, on the fly, so that you don't need to restart the server and kill all existing users just for adding a font, was something that was added. This works so that you have a JSON file that lists what fonts you want to add, and when you edit this file and add more fonts to it, the server will then adapt dynamically and add these new fonts. And here you see how the coolwsd.xml file has this fragment called remote font config that has the URL for this JSON file. And then again, this JSON file is kind of simple also. It's an array of fonts or font URIs, and for each URI you can also use a stamp field that you can then increment or change if you want to load a new version of the font in question. Otherwise it checks if the file has changed. And we wanted to implement this in such a way that only the Git processes don't need to have access to these fonts for security reasons, and they need to be visible only to the for Git process, of which there is only one. And one complication was then that the LibreOffice core code and the libraries that it used, they all want to open these font files in quite many places actually. It's the LibreOffice core code itself, and then the TrueType library and Halfbus library and Cairo library, and I probably forgot some, but they all want to open these fonts. And this opening happens in the Git process, so that had to be then fixed somewhere because the Git process doesn't have access to these font files. And the way I worked around this is to just add some patches to these libraries so that they actually don't really open the file, but they use an inherited file descriptor. And the magic name used is then something that won't occur in reality and contains the file descriptor number, and it just duplicates that and continues. And that was all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thor. And next is Pranam. Oops. What did it do? Sorry.
So, hello everyone. My name is Pranam, as you know. And so today I'm going to talk about our integration, Collabora Online's integration with Zotero. So first of all, many of you would know what Zotero is and many of you wouldn't. So let's just go through what Zotero is first. So Zotero is a way by which you can store all your references in one place, in a one database. So let's say if you're a student or a scientist who wants to publish some paper or write an article with some references, and you may often refer to some same kind of references. So in that case, you can just store those references in that database, and storing in that is very easy. You can just install the Zotero plugin in your browser, and by going to whatever web page you want, clicking on that particular plugin button, that's it. That's how you store your reference to Zotero database. It can be anything. It can be a published paper from a journal, or just a simple web page, or anything you want. And Zotero also provides different plugins for the desktop to be used with. And Zotero can produce citations and reference in more than 10,000 citation styles. So if you are a student or a scientist who works often with different kind of publications, you may know that all the journals use different citations. So it can be quite tiring sometimes when you have to go through so many references and different styles. It can be, very frustrating. And when you are on time, on clock, and you at the last moment you realize that I have made a mistake and I have used the incorrect reference style. Your paper or your assignment may be rejected in the last moment, and we as the collaborators don't want you to fail your assignment because of some silly mistakes. So there comes the Collabora Online with Zotero. We are here to help you speed up your citations and references. So for this, we use Zotero's RESTful API, and to integrate this, Zotero user needs to provide their API key, which you can, with your whatever integration you are using for Collabora Online, in your personal settings, you can find a box where you can insert your Zotero API. And when you use Zotero with Online, we completely rely on Zotero for styles. So let's say there are new citation style in the market, we will fetch that, and immediately you will be able to use it. Even the citations and bibliography, all these things are fetched from Zotero. So you can use it immediately if anything is available on the Zotero site. So if anyone is using Zotero for the first time, they will be asked to enter their API key here. And just in case if they forgot and close this, and then later on they wish to re-enter, they can find the settings in their personal settings. All the Zotero settings can be found either in the reference. If you are using tab view, then you can find it in the reference tab, otherwise in the reference menu. And first time when you enter citation, you will be asked to select one of the citation styles. You can select from more than 10,000 styles, whichever you like. Not whichever you like, but the publication like. And so even when you have selected one style, there are different ways each style handle multiple citation for a particular place or a single. So everything is handled by Collabora and Zotero combined, so you can enter multiple citation, single citation at one place or different places. And you can also, Zotero also supports creating notes inside Zotero, so you can also insert those notes here, and they'll be handled fine. And then there is refresh citations. So let's say once you have entered something in the database and the entry was incorrect, later on it was, let's say, publication year or the name of the author were revisited or corrected, then in your paper you will have to go through all those instances of that reference and correct it. So instead of doing that, you can just click on the refresh citation. We will just go to the Zotero database and update it in a minute. Then there's unlinked citation. Let's say just in case you decide that you don't want to use all these Zotero features, you just now want all those citations and the bibliography as plain text. So if you click on the unlink citations, that's it. All these citations and bibliography will be converted to simple text. And then there is citation preferences. So let's say, as I gave example earlier, that if just in case by mistake you have selected wrong citation style or reference style, and now you want to change it. So you can go to citation preferences, you change your style, and that's it. Just like that, all the citation, references, bibliography, everything is updated to your new style, and you are good to submit it. And as I said, you can also insert the bibliography. We also support, there can be some references which are actually not referenced in the paper, but you wish to add into your bibliography, or there can be some references in the paper, but you don't wish to add into bibliography. Even that can be done there. And user can also see whatever is happening by notification at the bottom. He will know if it is updated or unlinked or whatever we are doing. And all these things would have been impossible without Klos, who provided all the core side APIs. And Pedro, if you see anything beautiful on your screen, Pedro is directly or indirectly always involved. And Szymon and I worked on the online side to bring you this beautiful Zotero integration. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pranam. And next is Balázs from Allotropia. Second, 21.
Yeah, just this enough talking to here. I mean, no microphone.
Yes, that's the microphone.
So, hi everyone, my name is Balázs Varga and I'm working at Allotropia, software GmbH, and thanks for Collabora for the invitation. I would like to talk about this presentation about WebAssembly, MScript and headless PDF conversion with LibreOffice. So as I mentioned, at Allotropia we are working on the headless PDF conversion product. On last time on FOSS, I showed a little demo about it, but there wasn't any nice UI at the moment, and we had to restart the application and the web page to make it work in case of multiple files. So if we run the application once, we had to reload the page again to make the conversion work again. I will show you a little demo a bit later, but first of all, talk about how to make it work. So you can build LibreOffice for WebAssembly for two separate purposes, either to product WASM binary of LibreOffice as such using Qt5 for its UI, or just compiling LibreOffice core to WASM without any UI for use in other software that provides the UI, like Collabora Online, built as WASM, or the PDF headless conversion. Let's talk a little bit about MScript. Thor also talked about it a bit, so it's a completely open source compiler toolchain to WebAssembly. Using MScript, you can compile C and C++ code or any other languages that uses LLVM into WebAssembly and run it on the web, or Node.js, or any other WebAssembly runtimes. MScript generates small and fast code. Its default output format is WebAssembly, a highly optimizable executable format that runs almost as fast as native code, by being portable and safe. And Mscripton does a lot of optimization work for you automatically as well by carefully integrating with LLVM. The main tool is the Mscripton compiler frontend. This is a drop-in replacement for a standard compiler like GCC or Clang. EMCC use Clang and LLVM to compile to WebAssembly, and also emits to JavaScript that provides API support to the compiled code. The JavaScript can be executed by Node.js or from within HTML in a browser. It can be used on Linux, Windows, or macOS as well. And there is a little demo about the PDF conversion. You can select different kind of file formats, like ODF formats, OXML formats, or just simple TXT formats, or RTF, and many different kind of formats, and it will be downloaded to the default downloaded folder that you will set in the browser, and there is a little console on there which show what you exported and where is it downloaded. And as you can see, you can select it multiple times without reloading the page. Yeah, and hopefully it's work. Yeah, the hard part was here that if you had to reload the page to load the WebAssembly binaries into the browser again. So that's why it's a little bit complicated, but now it's working. And also you can select, it's another video, but you can select all files, different kind of files, and it will be converted at the same time, even if they are different type of. And we are using the convert to command that we can use in the command line as well on any operating system, but we're using with the WebAssembly. Oh, and I cannot move forward. It's a little bit budget. Yeah, I think that's all, but I cannot move to the end of the slide. Yeah. Yeah, like the last time. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Balázs, and sorry for the inconvenience of stopping things. Next is Gokai.
Hello everyone. I will talk about providing UI shortcuts for different languages in Collabora Online. The requirement first, with Collabora Online users can collaboratively work on a single document. When a user opens a file with Collabora Office suite, they can use shortcuts specific to their language, and once a file is opened with a language, other collaborators have to use the first person's language's shortcuts. This was the indeed requirement. Users should be able to use their own language shortcuts when they are collaboratively editing a file. This is the goal. And the challenges. SFX View shell, on the core side of course, holds the accelerator configuration implementation and executes the commands, which is indeed executing the commands like Control B, Control F, etc. And the accelerator execute class in the first call checks if shortcuts are loaded and cached. And if shortcuts are not cached yet, then a shortcut manager is created and shortcuts are loaded. The problem is, even though every view has its own accelerator execute class, they share a cache for the shortcuts. So there is only one instance for every user's, every view's shortcuts. There was before these implementations. And LibreOffice Suite is designed as a desktop application suite. Therefore, it didn't need to support multiple views, multiple UIs, and nor multiple acceleration configuration instances until Collabora Online arrives. Many of the manager classes for UI shortcuts views were singleton classes. These singleton classes are not necessarily implemented with a singleton pattern, but used as if they are singleton by the app, the core site. The app checks if there's an instance or not, and if there isn't, it creates one and shares it with other functionalities. So when a code piece calls a create foo function, that function may not necessarily create a new instance of a class in core site. The singleton classes is a challenge, and this challenge was already beaten before after Collabora Online needed multiple views for collaborative editing. And for providing shortcuts for different languages, we also needed to break the singleton barrier for accelerator configuration. Shortcuts are loaded according to the UI language, and then they are cached in the class implementation. So for our goal, what we did is we changed the UI language to the target language first, created a new accelerator configuration class, cached the shortcuts for that language, set the accelerator class of the view, and then changed the UI language back to its actual value. And the result, all the changes to the core API are done with checks. When LibreOffice Kit is not active, the changes cause no different behavior for desktop users. And with Collabora Online, users can now collaboratively edit the documents while they use their language's shortcuts. This is the result, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gokai. And next is Birgit from eGroupware.
Changed.
Did it?
Yeah, hello. My name is Birgit Becker. I'm one of the managing directors from eGroupware, and I'm happy to present today eGroupware 23.1 and the Collabora integration. So, how to move?
Just press space.
Okay. Yeah, so eGroupware 23.1 has a revised code base with web components and lit library. And so it's more user-friendly, automatically better aligned dialogues, variables and responsive layouts with CSS Flexbox. We have new widgets and icon sets with SVG, drag and drop support on mobile view, e.g. to move Kanban cards on a mobile, and change font size for better support of visual handicaps. These things are coming with a new technology. We included, because in German law there was a change that you have to track working times, we included a working timer. As soon as you log in, it asks you if you want to start your working time, and also a project timer. You can start, stop, pause it. We are tracking the events happening if the user changed something, so you can change it at every time, but you can still see that it was changed. We have new features for file manager quota to set it for users and groups, which is an EPL feature. And we have WASM integration for mail accounts, Gmail, and Microsoft 365. We have the new widget from our mail app, for example, has new or interesting features like if you click on the avatar, it opens our CRM view. If you click on a plus, or it shows a plus if it's not already in the database. If you click on the plus, it gets added there. And if you click on the name or the email address, it gets automatically added into an existing compose window, or it creates a new compose window for mailing. So a lot of interactions within the mail app. And also new, we now can open or store documents directly with Collabora Online. So if you get a mail with an attachment from Office, we store it automatically in a temp folder and opening it with Collabora Online, and you can work and save it somewhere else or whatever you like to do. Yeah, this is already longer in eGroupware. So we have a file manager dialog in Collabora, which allows you to change the document files, save it somewhere else with a different document type already longer, or since many versions, you can also save it as a PDF in eGroupware. And for sure, we have the regular integrations like send an email as attachment, a download link, sharing link, these things. And also specific for eGroupware, since a few years, you can insert data from the database of eGroupware, for example, the business address of your contacts, by simply clicking on the according icon, selecting the address you want, and it inserts the data into your document. That works also with emails, but here it nicely works with directly working with the data. And we can have some templates, and the templates have placeholders referring to the data you stored, for example, either to a project or to a task or to a contact, and this data get merged into your document. So this works as well with text documents as with spreadsheets. So you can create your own templates for reportings and all these kind of things and work on the data you store in eGroupware. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Birgit. And the next is a pre-recorded talk from Sarper. So if you can please run it.
Hello everyone, I'm Sarper Akdemir, an intern at Collabora Productivity. In this talk I want to present you an interoperability improvement with regards to tab stops in Impress, and do a quick showcase of how that came about. The interoperability we are concerned with here is with Office OpenXML. We both want to import and display the file generated by PowerPoint correctly, and be able to later save it back to PPTX or ODP without problems, preserving original state of the file throughout. The specific problem that I will showcase was about a feature mismatch, or more correctly missing feature in tab stops between PowerPoint and Impress. As it is the usual case with interoperability problems, the file when opened by Impress seemed different. The fundamental problem here is, in the opened file, the tab stop distances appeared wrong. Let's break down the related features and the problem. I will try to refer things by their names in open document format to keep it somewhat consistent. As you'll likely know, naming is hard. In both PowerPoint and Impress, tab stops are associated with style of a paragraph. In Impress, it is possible to define properties that affect positions of the tab stops in two different scopes, but PowerPoint has an additional third one. Firstly, Impress allows to define a list of tab stops for a paragraph style, where each of the tab stops specify a position. Secondly, Impress also lets the user to define a document-wide tab stop distance. Since this property is only available through the default style, it cannot be customized per paragraph. Tab stop distance basically dictates what happens when there is no corresponding tab stop defined for a given tab character. It sets the automatic distance between sequential tabs. So what's the problem? Both of these exist for PPTX2, but there is also an additional ability that makes it possible to define paragraph scope tab stop distance, and that is the feature that Impress is missing. So it was required to implement the missing feature of paragraph scope tab stop distance. But how? After a bit of research, the plan was, first we will need to store this information in the document model. After that, we should make sure Edit Engine considers this new property when layouting the text. With that in place, we should have something that is workable with. So we expose the UNO API and make it importable and exportable to PPTX and ODF. Lastly, we should also make sure the existing UI elements can take the property into account. Let's elaborate on each of these steps a little bit more in depth. We want the property to live in the paragraph styles in the end. Therefore, this meant the new tab stop distance will have the same scope as the tab stops implementation before. So adding it in this SVX tab stop item, which keeps information for tab stops in a paragraph, made sense. Accessing paragraph scope tab stop distance was already only going to be needed where there was an access to tab stop lists anyway. So bundling these together was also going to make plumbing information later quite easier too. Also, tab stop items, query value and put value implementations was adjusted to finish up the document model related bits. With that in place, it is now time to alter the behavior. It is important to reiterate here that the scope of this work was Impress and Draw. Therefore, the behavior is only implemented in Edit Engine for now. So what is implemented here won't cover Writer. After a bit of research, it appeared that Edit Engine determines the tab stop position inside create lines. This is done through a function in content attributes called findTabStop. So we make sure findTabStop considers the paragraph scope tab stop distance we put in place, and that's about it for here. With that in place, we can move on to exposing the UNO API. So with the query value and put value implementations from before in place, exposing the UNO API only takes a single line. So it was easy to do. For import from PPTX, the property we have been calling tab stop distance is given by default tab size property of the paragraph properties. So we handle that during import and map it directly to our tab stop distance defined in the tab stop item. And as expected, we just do the reverse of that for the export. This time mapping from tab stop item to default tab size property of the paragraph properties. Moving on to implement import and export of the feature in ODF, Regina Henschel had a suggestion for allowing the tab stop distance property that was previously only allowed inside the default style in arbitrary paragraph styles, which made super sense. So the exported markup would appear as you can see on the screen. Obviously, while implementing that, we make sure we export to LibreOffice extension namespace, since this feature isn't yet supported by the ODF standards. To finish up, connect it to horizontal ruler in the UI so that it would display the new tab stop distance correctly. And that about sums it all up. Now it is possible to define paragraph scoped automatic tab stop distance in Impress. Before finishing off, let me give you an overview of what else could be done or improved in the area. Right now, there is no UI in place to define these paragraph scope tab stop distances yet. Also, as I mentioned before, the scope of this work was Impress and Draw. Therefore, in Writer, it is not possible to define these right now. Thank you all for listening. This is all from me.
Okay, thanks Harper, and next is Miklos.
Hello everyone, I'm Miklos. I'm from Hungary. I started here hacking on writer, RTF import and export, and today we will talk about something a little bit more challenging, multi-page floating tables. So the feature we are talking about is a combination of two existing features, and it was not possible to combine these together. But people wanted this and wanted this for years, and finally the need and the funding abilities met, and now this work has started. So what you see on the screen is you can have a table which spans over multiple pages depending on how the content wants that to happen. So here you can have a table with 3 rows. The top row is entirely on page 1. The second row is split, and the third row is entirely on page 2. And how exactly that split happens on the second row is determined by the layout. So we start filling in the row on the first page. We determine that the row itself can't grow further. So we turn that row to a frame which we call the master frame. We create a follow frame for them, and then we continue filling in the last column with content, and we realize that all the content is there, so we can place the third row with content there. Now, another thing you might want to have is not to span over multiple pages, but to have a table which is inside a frame, a floating frame, and then you can have some body text wrapping around the table. This might make sense in documents which are more looking like brochures or something like that. And in the unfortunate case that you want to combine these together, both multi-page tables and floating tables, then you can't really have that, because writer text frames are limited to a single page only. So that was basically the task. And I will go to some more details how that now starts to work, but still how it looks on the UI. That's very easy, it's just a checkbox. You can already have various properties for an existing text frame, and in case the text frame contains exactly one table, no additional content before or after, no other table, just a single table, then there is some additional UI where you can mark that text frame to be allowed to span over multiple pages. Then there are important export filters for this. The big switch will be when the docx import will start using this feature, because that's all this document corpus from crash testing described by Kalon will actually start to exercise this feature, which may or may not find additional problems. So at the moment the docx import is behind some feature flag, but otherwise that's implemented. But how exactly this is working? So this is the high-level overview of how this layout thing is working. What we need is, for each and every floating frame, we need to provide some anchor points. Writer has a concept of two-page anchoring, which is a nightmare from the word import and export point of view. So using that feature to help emulating some word feature sounds like a plan which will lead the whole project to the ground very quickly. Not a good idea. Let's do something better. What we can do is that there is always some body text after, at the end of the document. Even if your document would normally have just a single table, it's guaranteed that there will be an empty paragraph after that. So we can depend on that. What we can also do is that a paragraph can flow over multiple pages, so we can map a single text node to multiple text frames. So that means we split the text node to multiple text frames. Now we can do the splitting in a way that we split before the very first character in the paragraph, which means that we do a split, but the first frame in this anchor chain will don't really contain anything. That's exactly what we want, because that's how Word lays out their documents. So what you see there is that on the first page there is an invisible anchoring point, and on the second page there is the same anchor, but with the actual content, with the body tags, and that wraps around the frame and so on. So there is a chain of anchor points, which means that the layout can decide how many pages it needs for the table. We will do as many anchor points, and then we will have some positions to anchor these split table frames. Now the second complexity is that we could already have chained frames in Writer. You had to create them manually, so they were not that fancy, but something like this was possible to flow content from one frame to another. But to make the code simple, it was a requirement that all of these frames in the chain have a fixed height, and only the very last frame is allowed to have an automatic height. Now this is exactly what's needed here. It has to be automatic, so the first table will have some automatic height based on what's the available space, and then it will flow to the second page, and then there again it will have an automatic height, which means that we again break an existing variant where lots of existing code had the ability to depend on that invariant, because we know this will never change, and now we change it. And we knew that frames can't be multiple pages, so we break that. Then we knew that in case there is a chain of these text frames, then only the last frame will have an automatic height. We also break that. So what's left? We have this parallel structure, so that we have a chain of anchors and we have a chain of table frames. That's working reasonably well. It's really hard to get this out of sync. You know that if you ever did some kind of programming, in case we have parallel structures, then sooner or later these will get out of sync and something will blow up. But so far it is possible to control these in just two places where when we read these chains and when we set these chains, and so far that's not yet getting out of sync. So that's not as risky as breaking the first two invariants. Then another win is that luckily Word only wraps content around the last frame in case of multi-page table. So that means that we can do the table layout, figure out how many pages we need, and we need to go back to the start of the very last page only, which makes the whole layout calculation easier. We never need to go back and then put some text over the previous pages, which would sooner or later definitely create some kind of loop, which is not wanted. The last complexity that's visible here is that, well, not really visible here, but I will tell you about it, is that on the first page, you can have some vertical offsets for these frames. Like you can start a table which is near the bottom of the page. But in case you jump to the next page to lay out the remaining content, then you probably don't want to start on the very bottom of the page, because then you will have a single row for each page, and 20 rows and 20 pages, that's not really great. So you can define a vertical offset for these tables, but that will be respected on the very first page, and all the other pages will start at the page top, which gives us basically three cases. There will be a special first page, which will have the vertical offset. There will be this the last page, which will have the content body content wrapped around the table, and there will be the boring inner cases, which are neither first neither last. That's mostly it. Until you discover that the Hello World document submitted like 10 years ago to the TD of Bugzilla is actually a special legacy mode of Word where everything works differently. So then you go back and figure out like what's needed there. Basically, what they had, there is a good reason why this is legacy mode, because the current default in Word is at least something you can understand. As you play with the document, remove content, add content, you understand that why it's splitting between pages. And in their legacy mode, sometimes it was possible to bleed into the footer area, but not always, depending on how you size and position your frames. That's quite tricky. So as a summary, what we have is we have a good start for this feature. Lots more work is needed. At the moment, in case you want to play with that, then you need to opt in to try it out. And we still need to figure out lots of parts in writer, how that interacts. What about footnotes? What about RTL layout? What about vertical layout? And so on, and so on, and so on. There is a sizable list of what needs looking. But it seems like it's on track and it has the right direction. So that's where we are. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Miklos. And now there's another pre-recorded session from Mike Kagansky.
Hello, I'm Mike Kagansky. I'm software engineer at Collabora Productivity. And my talk today is called How Collabora Online Benefits LibreOffice. Collabora Online drives much of the development happening at Collabora Productivity. And since Collabora Online is based on LibreOffice technology, many improvements in Collabora Online couldn't happen without improving LibreOffice code. Being one of the most active contributors to LibreOffice from the day one, our team continues this tradition. And Collabora Online provides new fields of improvements together with the traditional areas improvements in which are mutually beneficial. Since my time is limited, I won't be able to cover all the 3,300 commits created by Collabora, which landed in master over the last year. So I will only try to make an overview of the most user-visible new features appeared in LibreOffice versions 7.4 and 7.5, which were released in this one-year period. I will not be able to mention bug fixes, performance improvements, code cleanups, optimizations, which all are highly important, which also benefit both desktop and online, but which would make me go on after the conference already ended. So, what happened in LibreOffice 7.4? One of the most important and never-ending effort is compatibility. No matter how nice your product is by itself, if its users can't interoperate with other users, they won't be happy users and they won't be your users after all. So, we improved much in the Microsoft Office compatibility area. And these improvements are not only bug fixes, but new features as well. Borders of tables, borders of paragraphs got better. Clearing breaks and content controls appeared in Writer, helping users to interoperate with Microsoft Word. Calc got spark lines and thousands of columns, enabling users to open and create very wide spreadsheets and spreadsheets containing these spark lines. These new features, driven by the needs of online, improved LibreOffice for every user. Impress and Draw got the initial support for theming, color theming in particular. And also we have improved scripting. Some new VBA application object properties got support in LibreOffice too. So people can now use more interoperable scripts. One of the features not related to compatibility, but which I like very much, that appeared in LibreOffice 7.4 was native integration of HTTP proofreading API by Language Tool, the leading open source linguistic solution providing both spell checker and grammar checker. And Language Tool Premium users can enjoy the benefits right in the LibreOffice now. Now let's move to the features implemented by Collabora Productivity that appeared in LibreOffice 7.5 and help both desktop and online users. Again, we did much in compatibility area. Thanks to Collabora's work, content controls got further improvements, charts obtained, data tables, VBA compatibility increased more. LibreOffice users got ability to employ DeepL translation expertise to translate their text right in the editor. Very nice new feature in my opinion. We don't forget accessibility, it is a very important area. We already implemented accessibility checker several versions ago, but in 7.5 it got new rules, and also now it's possible to enable experimental options and try the new automatic accessibility check working when you type. All in all, it looks like the benefit is mutual all along. Collabora loves LibreOffice, and Collabora Online is a strong driver of improvements that make desktop users' lives better. We hope that every user, be it a user of Collabora Online or a user of LibreOffice, would love the new features that we added as much as we liked working on them. Thank you.
So this is it for this part of the presentations. So now there's lunch. I suppose like it is downstairs. But again, do not forget to take one of these bags. Like they are not the ordinary like cheap conference bags that you get. Like, you know, they are really good ones, good quality, Timbuktu kind of thing. So go for that, take one. And see you in an hour at like 1:30. I will be again shouting downstairs that you should. continuation of the presentations. So next is by Timur, and it is pre-recorded. So please, if you can start it.
Hello everyone, my name is Timur Gajo. I'm consultant quality assurance engineer. I'll talk about QA helping make cool better. There are various options to get the content out of Collabora Online. So we can save as the content, or we can export it as PDF, or we can download it in various extensions, or print it to physical or virtual printer. Export as PDF is a new feature added recently. Previously, ODF Export and EPUB Export were available in download as many as a way to save file to user's file system. A customer asked for a new feature of export to PDF. Same month, export to storage was made available, so that the file is saved next to the edited file in the storage. And it's already in Cool 2205. Then we had few QA issues with that. Someone noticed that we cannot export as PDF a document with spaces or dots in the file name. In a fortnight, the fix landed in online and of course backported to 2205. It was made available in release Cool 2205 12.3 just a few days before Cool Days. So when you are listening to this, you already have this fix. Another problem was that following the certain procedure of using download as PDF and saving, the document couldn't be saved. Also in a fortnight, the fix was made and landed in online. And it was done before, so it was made already in 2205.11. There are more issues. Sometimes issues are not general and easily reproducible, so a detail must be found. For example, a customer has a problem to download PDF. It can be a problem with integration or with Docker. We are still investigating what's going on. Or another issue, print doesn't work from rootless container. There is an explanation about how PDF works in creating hashes and using the random device. Another issue is that convert or print of large documents to PDF may be a problem. If it's a cool problem, then timeout kills the kit process. A file will not be produced at all. But if there is some form of crippled result, like you get 500 pages out of 5,000, an increase of Nextcloud timeout, if that storage may help. Another issues. If one cannot export as PDF and everything else is fine, it can be Apache reverse proxy configuration, which can be seen with trace in HTTPD. Allowing code slashes can be on or no decode, but must be set up in vhouse section of Apache config that case. Or another issue, if someone cannot export to PDF, then it's good to see the mount jail 3 setting. And if it doesn't work with default and recommended true, it can be tried with false, but not kept like that, because true is the normal setting which should work like that. Or someone cannot print from Chrome, but can from Firefox. It can be integration or content security policy issue. In one case, the issue was coming from the iframe sandbox attribute, which we are normally not asserting. Or there can be some minor problem. For example, in Firefox only, not in Chrome. A landscape document is seen as portrait document, and it cannot be fixed in preview window. But really, it works okay. It's just an issue of preview. Firefox also has some problem with overscaling the document with Collabora, meaning that it cannot be enlarged more. That's not an issue for Chrome. We at QA are working to make the software of higher quality and to resolve faster. We learn about new technologies and try to reproduce customer issues. The lesson is, we should all use the software as intended, read documentation, and follow the best practices. Thank you.
Thanks, Timur. And the next is Miklos again.
Thanks. As Thor likes to say, my name and background did not change, so let's keep those. And so content controls. I gave a content control call at last Code Days half a year ago, and the plan was that that's kind of completed, ready, let's forget about it. But of course, there was feedback, and there are a few recent improvements on what happened after Code Days. So this would be an overview of what's new there. So to recap, content control is kind of a way to fill forms. Word has 3 generations of those. The first was based on ActiveX, that's now forgotten. There is something based on fields, and the newest one is content controls. This is quite frequent in documents, given that in Word this was the default in the past 16 years already. But we didn't really have a matching equivalent. This is also in the specification. This is called structures document tags, and as in SDT. So that's what we are trying to match here. And what you can do with content controls is that you get a frame, you get to type some content in. It can have some character properties, so some rich formatting. It still has to stay inside a single paragraph. It can do nesting for you, which is like not that possible with fields, and you can have a set of properties on that. So that's a bit different from fields, which are field instructions and field result. It's just a set of properties. So one thing that's new is that you can have aliases and tags on these things. So let's say you have some form where you need to sign at the very end and you want to fill in the location and the date. Then you go to the location and let's assume that everyone is here in Cambridge. So let's default to Cambridge. But if you go to the Cambridge word, then you get a hint that this is meant to be a location. So you can adjust that if necessary. The alias is something that's presented to the user, so it's a user readable, something human friendly, and tag is very similar, but that's meant to be some stable identifier, so that later you can extract data from the document if necessary. What's also new is that we used to turn this data to plain text when exported to PDF. And we thought that will be good enough, given that Word also does this. But actually, we can do a little bit better. What about turning these content controls to fillable PDF forms? Given that that's also already possible with these control shapes. But that's a bit annoying. You need to manually position them and size them and so on. So what you can do is you can create a content control, then you can make it multiple lines if you just insert the line breaks, or you can even control their size if you insert top positions, and then you can get a fillable form there. Then you can have documents where the entire document is read-only by default, but then you have sections which are possible to edit, or you don't have sections at all and just the content control is something you can edit. And there was no exception for the content control, so now that's done. Also, it's possible to set custom Unicode characters for the checked and unchecked cases for these checkboxes, so you can have not just the boring checked and unchecked checkbox glyph, but something more nice, especially if you combine this with these colored emojis. Then there is some initial VBA support for this, which required some UNO manager, which can say that I want to jump to the third content control without scanning the whole document for content controls. There is a special case when you want to have a drop-down content control, but you did not define items yet. So we know, don't assume that just because you have no items, it's not a drop-down anymore. It was reported that RTL is broken, so after seeing what was the problem, the positioning needed fixing, the actual rendering. Also, when you click on, when you interact with this content control, you need to do a bit of heat testings to see if you need to position the cursor or you clicked on the button. So after doing these, then the RTL case also works. And that's mostly it. Lots of polish happened since last school days, and hopefully now it's more pleasant way to interact with these content controls. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Miklos. And next is Pedro, works, and it is pre-recorded again.
Hi there. Let's look at a couple of design improvements that we have been done since last year. By the way, my name is Pedro Silva, and I'm the lead UX designer and community manager at Collabora Productivity. So let's start with enabling additional triggers. So we have noticed that depending on the device that user has been using, you might need additional buttons or slightly different approaches on a couple of workflows. Case in point, when using a tablet, in this case, let's say an iPad, user might need, actually really need, to go back to the read mode. Yeah, maybe we start, as you can see on the left, with the read-only mode. The user proceeds editing maybe a couple of adjustments, and then wants to go back with one tap to the read-only mode, not only because it gives more space to read, as you can see on the right side, but these little tweaks and adjustments is what we have been trying to do across the board. So in this case, we have a tablet, we have other things planned for mobile, but also within these modes when working on the desktop. I guess I don't have that much time, so I'm trying. Let's speed up a bit. So a couple of improvements were done left and right on drop downs, these pop-ups. For instance, we have here on the left the pop-up that you can see on when using spreadsheets. These things were refined in terms of design, but also in terms of functionality. And while doing that, decreasing the amount of code that we are, that we have, and the code that we generate when you look at the front-end side in the browser. There is also mentions, so this is you already all listen about this. We already announced this is joint effort with Nextcloud. A lot of work from and thanks to Rajesh, Raul, Julius, Jan, Szymon. And this is great. Now you are able to mention a user. And this is within the document, but of course we plan to improve and possibly to extend this feature. Then on to all the work we did around references. So we really try to revamp all these references to make it very powerful for either be that students, or PhD students, scientists, everyone that depends heavily on citations and citation system. So we have revamped that, and we have a couple of additional features, both visible both on the compact mode and on the depth mode. And that I will not talk so much, because I think Pranam has a specific talk that you cannot miss, related to the references and the integration that we did with Zotero, which means that right now user can access his own Zotero library. No need to have any plugin installed in the browser, no extension, not even any desktop application. And you can just access your own Zotero library, or, and let's imagine, people work in group, they collaborate. So it's amazing that since we are relying on user Zotero's API key, they can, when they try to access one of these features by clicking the button, they will be prompted with this dialog. They can insert their API key, and they can also have access to any shared group library that they might have on Zotero side. But again, don't miss Pranam's talk. On to more dialogues. So you can see that there is a pattern here. We have been trying to make it more consistent, converting more dialogues left and right. Again, don't miss another very great talk on this from Szymon. But we also, while doing that, we try to tweak and improve the design. So the example find and replace dialog, we try to make it easier to not only work with it, but fix any alignments, make it simple. And hyperlink dialog, it's another one that we improved. And with that, even behaviors of those dialogues. For example, you cannot anymore insert ghost links, this kind of empty hyperlinks that it was possible in the past, and other behaviors that now we account for, and we have a fail-safe, a fallback solution for that currently, already merged and already released, of course. Formula bar improvements, yes. So with formula bar being now native, and what I mean by this, so it comes directly from our JavaScript that generates this code, the HTML that you see, and all the behavior, of course. There is a lot of improvements that were needed, again, behavioral, but also design-wise, and not only on desktop view, but also on mobile. So there was a couple of elements being cropped, being outside on slightly too small mobile devices, or even too big, where it would affect alignment. So all these make it more crispy, more like even the sizes that we use for those icons, but the behavior of expanding, collapsing, make sure that everything is within the user's view. Here we have another example of a great improvement. Yes, and if you are wondering why we have those cute emojis, yeah, this is not fake. This is not a mock-up. No, this is really a screenshot. So if you want to know more about this, don't miss the great talk from Miklos about content controls. And yeah, this is just normal form controls that you can just operate on that, and of course it accepts emoji characters. But again, back to the pattern I was mentioning, we try to improve all these drop downs, make it better aligned, and even we have funny bugs that would only affect users with either with high DPI, or even if they don't have high DPI, but they have slightly different browser zoom, and would affect these drop downs, these elements. So we fix that and make sure that everything is, again, very crispy, clear, not blurry. With that in mind, trying to make it everything easier to grasp at first sight, we also trying to increase color contrast and visibility in many areas. So again, calcs drop down is one example, not only the drop down itself, and also the additional states that we have added, be that mouse over, click, but the respective model, the respective pop-up that appears when triggered. Yeah, so, and I'm not sure if I have that much time, but dialogues, as you can see, it's a topic, it's a theme that we have been invested a lot of time trying to make everything cohesive, consistent. So with that, thanks for all the hard work from Szymon and Gokai from converting these dialogues left and right. But next up, we couldn't forget that it's not just about converting, but it's also, and they look visually consistent, but they need to be meaningful, meaning that they cannot look the same if they do have a different behavior. Yeah, again, before we have these the same dialogues looking the same, but one user could interact with the background and another one user couldn't interact with background. So it was important, and you can access this information in col.la/dialogues. It was important to categorize, to make clear for everyone, and as part of this discussion and collaborative improvement, what is what? You know, which differences we can have visually, what is a light box and what is a non-light box, and then in our code, even what is a dialogue and what is not a dialogue. Example, we have a lot of non-dialogue components that they might share the same code, they might be generated within the same place, but they actually are this, as you can see, this kind of drop down, these contextual options, and they have slightly different behavior, right? So, you know, for instance, clicking outside should close the widget. And there is other things, for instance, tabbing, going through the elements should be cyclical, so you could very easily going from first option to the last option, and not by mistake closing this contextual menu just because you went very quickly and you press again the key tab. So all these things we have been trying to account for, and what is modular and what is non-modular. Yeah, right. So, and you can see all these informations there in the forum. I try to make it clear, and it's great that we start slowly but steady, getting more of not only converted but consistent visually and in terms of behavior. And user now knows what to expect, what it closes, and when it's possible to interact with background or not. That's it. Thank you for your time. Have a cool days.
Thank you very much, Pedro. And now, Chaitanya, I hope I will be able to move there. Do you see the mouse pointer? Yeah. And that was here.
Okay.
Go for that.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. Hope you're having fun. And thank you for having me here. So my name is Chaitanya, and today I'm going to talk about the Mattermost integration. So let's begin by asking a question. So how many apps or how many tabs do you have open at all times? And answer is it's too many. And it's not good. So what's the solution? So what if like a single app could do everything? And that's what Mattermost is. So it's open source, and you can run it on-prem or on cloud, and like you can integrate with it with almost everything. And there are like 3 cool things about it. So one is that it has boards, like, and channels and playbooks. So we'll start by channels. So like this is a channel, and you can join meetings and like send files and messages to people, and you can also call other people and people can join the calls. Then there's boards, and this is a cool feature, like it's Jira-like and even more than that. So you can do lots of cool things with boards, tables, and everything. So, and then there's playbooks. So you can automate all sorts of tasks like that you do on a repetitive basis. So that's about that. And so next I'll talk about so there's also a marketplace of plugins that you can integrate with like Confluence and other stuff. So there's that. And I'll talk about the Collabora integration. So basically you can view files, and you can also edit files, which is very normal. And so basically it'll open in edit mode and it will save. So, yep. And like, then you can also create like files from like a blank template. So you can just name the file and it gets created, and then you can open it, and it's basically a blank template. And then you can also like do collaborative stuff, and there's also permissions. So the way permissions works right now is like you can either have permissions for owner only, or you can have permissions for everybody in the channel. So the idea behind that is, so either like a project manager or somebody, they will like update the document like with the updates or something, or there will be like something like you can collaboratively share resources for the channel. So there's all that. And so that was our plugin. And then about what's next. So first of all, like we have to like also launch the plugin in the Mattermost marketplace. So for that, like Mattermost people really like our code base, but like there are some security issues. So, and nothing too critical, like only low priority and medium issues. So, but we have to fix those. And then like after we do that, we can have some UX enhancements. So here's 3 things I think like we can do, and just suggestions. So we can have a template gallery. So most of the time people like they just upload a file template and they just edit that template. So it's convenient so to have that. And the second thing is like we can like just like calls, we can have like people don't know like the previous document like shared like 5 months ago is being edited. So like give updates like that. So it will be nice to have. And then like also permissions. So right now it's only owner or everybody, but we can have it like Google Docs has it, like so we can fine-grained who is editor, who is viewer, and stuff like that. So, and yeah, that was it for my talk. So here's all my links. If you scan this QR code, you will find me on the internet. So.
Thank you very much, Chaitanya. And next is Justin Luth, and I think it is pre-recorded as well.
My topic today is the bug titled Default Tabs for a Numbered List Inappropriate. 2-digit numbers exceed first tab position, which was highlighted by TDF-QA as one of the most important bugs with 7 duplicates and 18 carbon copies. As I reviewed each of the duplicate bug reports, I noticed that any duplicates prior to LibreOffice 6 were basically irrelevant because Yusuf Philip had already changed the built-in numbering styles to use right alignment instead of left alignment. And so a huge thanks goes to Yusuf. What remained for me was to apply his proven settings to some remaining less obvious cases. The correct action for a list is very subjective to different users and different document content. So the prevailing attitude I tried to keep in mind while working on this was safety, changing only things that seemed obviously wrong. So this is what the bug is talking about. How big should the tab indent be? And it said it didn't work for 2-digit numbering, but obviously now it is working for 2. It just doesn't work for 3. It's not working with the alphabetical one when you have the word default of font of Times New Roman, which is the same as our Liberation Serif. And so the same as Times New Roman, it gets pushed out to the next tab stop. However, if you just change to the Calibri font, then the tab indent is sufficiently wide. And so you can see it's very dependent on the fonts chosen and the size chosen. Microsoft Word works exactly the same way in this situation. So that's good, actually, that we're working the same way. The key takeaway here is that when dealing with numbering, there's not really a right or wrong answer, and so it's up to the user and not the computer to decide the correct settings. The computer can only suggest good defaults for the situation, and that's what Yusuf did with the numbering styles. The biggest offender being Roman numeral. Usually the left alignment quickly looks bad, already at 0.7, and Yusuf changed it to be right aligned, which looks really nice in the numbering styles. There's still a few things that are not optimal in the numbering styles. The second and third levels are reversed in the capital Roman numerering. So if we change it to 1, 2, 3 style and then change it back, you can see the levels are all mixed up, and it's fixed now so it looks like the bottom image. For the lowercase built-in style, it's even worse. The second number was not indented at all, and the first one on the third level, it starts with a C and not an A, and the bullet indent is not even far enough, so it's fixed to look like the bottom. We'll discuss it a little more in this slide here. So since this style is a mixed bag, I made an additional change. I changed the second level to be a capital Roman numeral, still sticking with the Roman theme, but because there's bullets and alphabetic ones in there, I thought it didn't make sense to have 2 small ones and then switch to something else. So now it's a bit more of a logical progression, and everything is nicely indented. The bullets are breezily indented much more than the normal bullet levels, matching the first 3 levels. So now it was time to look at some of the locale defined lists. Each language can define their own numbering lists. I mostly worked on the outline numbering. So it was only defined to affect the first 5 levels. I extended it to affect all 10 possible levels. And I also allowed it to do the same thing that Yusuf did, right align the Roman numerals, which I did for English US. I didn't make any changes to the regular numbering because we don't have any context here. It only affects 1 level at a time, and it doesn't affect any indenting, and so it's not really appropriate to define right or left alignment for this one here. The set of options for English US was still not optimal. We have this one here, which only has 2 levels. This one was absolutely random, looks ugly. And so I made a number of changes there. Once again, trying not to change too much. I thought the following changes were justifiable. This one I extended out to 4 levels, and I made them all use a closing parentheses to be consistent. There's lots of examples that just use full stop, so this is going to be our one example that uses parentheses consistently. This third one I changed completely, something illogical to be alternating alphabetic and numeric. So it's fairly modern level, and it's a good chance to have one that started with a capital A instead of yet another one that starts with a number. The last one I changed is this number 5. I couldn't find any rationale for the specific order that was there before. It was very close to matching the MLA Chicago style, which seems to be prevalent around the world. And so I made it match the first 5 levels that are pretty consistent in all the suggestions that are out there for what MLA defines. So because outlines should be in pretty good shape now, I've added the outline button to the toolbar, so it should always be showing. I only changed English US locale, but of course many other locales are also using numbering types 3 and 4, which are Roman numerals. If your locale is not referencing English US, you probably want to make the same changes to add right alignment to your Roman numeral levels. So far, no other locales have done this. These changes have been documented in the 7.6 release notes, and also the locale mailing list has been notified of all these changes. Thanks for listening to this talk.
Okay, thank you very much. And next is Ash.
Hello again. I have presented this before, the challenge with saving and uploading and indeed loading documents is that it's more like an iceberg. The parts that are visible that I can show and talk about are just, the tip, and most of the machinery, the interesting parts, are highly technical and behind the scenes. Having said that, I'll try to do justice to this very important part of the whole online machinery. So as a background, the saving needed to be done asynchronously. Previously, the way it was done was whenever you did the save, there was a save command in the background to generate the document on disk, and then that had to be uploaded back to storage, and that was done by basically waiting until the operation was completed and the storage returned to us with an OK result saying that yes, indeed, the file has been stored. That's very good from a functional perspective, but the user isn't happy if there is a pause in the interactivity of the document, if they can't open a dialog or they're inputting new text and it doesn't show on the screen. Why? Because we're uploading their document. Some users are more sensitive when it comes to saving, in terms of they want to make sure that every character they entered has been saved. Others rely on autosave. So again, the experience would be vastly different. However, with asynchronous, this problem is completely fixed, and the whole process happens in the background, and the user is only aware with the end result, which is just the notification on the screen that says it's done. In terms of architecture, this is highly oversimplified, but I am always reminded that a bit of graphic helps in illustrating what's going on. What this is showing basically is that there is a very large degree of reusability internally. The way we organize things is by avoiding creating unnecessary threads, unnecessary resources from the system, and what we do is we rely on a minimum number of threads and system-wide resources to make sure that we're efficient, and also at the same time we don't grow the footprint. So saving is one of those things that leverages the existing system of the polling thread. So we tap into that, we create the socket, and we let the polling basically give us updates, and we go from there until we upload completely, or we time out, and then we have to go back and figure out what went wrong. With that, edge cases. So edge cases is where most of it's as the expression goes, 90% of the effort is done. What remains is the remaining 90%. So that's where the last 90% is typically spent. When you're dealing with the document lifecycle, in most cases things are working perfectly fine, and I would say 99% of the cases everything is working perfectly fine. It's just when you have multiple sub-ideal, let's say, conditions that meet at the same time, you get the perfect storm. Example, the user makes an edit, wants to close the document. So from their perspective, they just close the browser. So the document needs to be unloaded, but before that, we need to save the last few keystrokes that they pressed. Whilst uploading, the server is either unavailable or returns an error, or as one of the very last issues that I fixed, the user's login has expired. So it's not that the server is not there, it's not that the document is in a bad state, it's not that we have a problem. The user just got so unlucky that in the last few minutes, they basically lost their login. And the only way that we can get it back is by them re-logging in or re-authenticating, but they're gone, right? As far as they're concerned, they closed their laptop and moved on, right? And now we're stuck. So that's one of those cases where what we do is we rely on the quarantine system where we store the document locally, and we're working on improving that so that we make recovery easier, but at least we don't lose the data. And hopefully we will be able to get it back out to the user through the system admins. Other than that, we have a number of optimizations that we've done. And one of the key ones is specific to this unloading stage, where you're done with the whole document editing, and what you want to do is you want to save, upload as fast as possible so that you can, you know, load a new document and move on. You don't want to get stuck in an old instance, especially if somebody wants to edit the exact same document and you're working on unloading it. There are a number of issues that are related with when you did something. Quick example, the storage often needs to optimize the number of versions that are getting stored. I mean, from the user's perspective, every time they hit the save button, they're sure that they got their copy safe and in storage. But from the storage perspective, they worry about having, you know, 50 versions every minute of every document, which doesn't really make much sense. So what we need to do is we need to help storage to figure out if a given version we are uploading has any user modifications, as opposed to the user is just, you know, pressing Control S or whatever the shortcut is incessantly, and some do. So that's fine, right? We have a flag that tells the storage this is user modified version, so you better make sure that you create a version for it. But here is where you have these, you know, timing sensitive activities. What happens when the user makes the modifications, hit save, before we can actually store the flag? In that case, we might lose it. So a lot of effort has been spent trying to make sure that we don't mark a version, so that storage can rely on all of this. And in fact, this is also interesting. When we are unloading the document, we also have to tell storage, is this the final call that you will hear from us or not? And that's also very important, so that if they have skipped multiple versions, they will get a chance to do the final storing in storage. Finally, we had to, and we still have to, spend a lot of time making sure that there is reliability and stability, and also from a security perspective, we don't, you know, inadvertently leak any information or have any gaps. So the way we approach the problem is by making sure that we have a solid testing suite that we always improve and run, and we also leverage other tools, including fuzzing and randomized testing. All of these things help us to cover all bases. Whenever we hear a bug report from a partner or a client, what we need to make sure is that we can reproduce that in a test, make sure that the fix passes, and defend against any regressions in the future, which can happen as the number of features increase and their combinations explode, basically beyond tractability. So with that, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ash. And next is Skylar. So.
Hello. I'm Skylar. I'm an intern at Collabora Productivity, and I've been working on enabling JS dialogues in online. So JS dialogues are a way to render Collabora Online's dialogues in the browser rather than on the server. Tunnel dialogues, which you can see above, render on the server and then send over to the client, whereas JS dialogues send over JSON of what the dialogue should be, and then render that in HTML on the client. So they're better because there's less overhead. There's no need to render on the server. We just have to send over some JSON, and we can send over little update deltas when we want to update parts of the dialogue. They're also better for accessibility. So this is Chrome's Google's Chrome extension for a screen reader, and it can see what the different parts of JS dialog are, whereas if you look at it on a tunnel dialog, it will just say like dialog area, and it won't be able to read that properly. And it looks much more consistent with the rest of the UI as well, which is rendered out in HTML elements. So to convert a tunnel dialog, you need to find the UI file. You can grep for specific parts of the dialog, and then you'll be able to find for perhaps specific bits of text that appear in your dialog, and you'll be able to see that. And then you can search for the name of the dialog in the code and find where the dialog is actually constructed inside core side. You need to make your dialog run asynchronously, because if you don't, it won't work for collaboration. Core side is used to build LibreOffice, and LibreOffice obviously doesn't necessarily need dialogues to be able to run at the same time. But when we're running Collabora Online, if multiple people have the dialog open at once, we can't just wait on everyone to close the dialog for changes to be saved. So we need to make it run async so that we can save the changes afterwards. And then we can add it to a file which enables it to be rendered as a JS dialog. And finally, we need to test it, and then we can push our changes to core side, and the dialog will be enabled. So when you're converting JS dialogs, you can use an environment variable as a substitute for editing the enable file, so that particularly when you're enabling tabbed dialogues, you'll have to enable lots of dialogues at once. But if you can just use that, you won't need to recompile your version of LibreOffice in order to enable the dialog. Remember to test if the changes apply when you expect them to, because if you haven't made it run async, then they won't always apply. And finally, you can look in Gerrit and search for code pointers, and that can show you where other people have enabled similar dialogues, and that can help you to see where you may be facing any issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Skylar. And next is Patrick Luby. He's not here. Do we have recording? No recording. So, I don't know. Should I try to present his presentation if it is here, or? Well, there is a pre-recording. There is a pre-recording. So if you can please run it. Because I could try to run it from here. Let me do that. So does it take the audio from the HDMI? Let me try to run it some way. Or maybe what if we skip it for now, and I will sort it out with the guys. And so instead, Rash, if you can go here. And stage is yours. Thank you.
So my name is Rashesh, and today I will talk about Collabora Online Operator for Kubernetes. Operator is a great way to extend the Kubernetes API by adding custom controllers to it. So why we need Collabora Operator? So that application that uses Kubernetes are broadly categorized by two types. One is stateless and second is stateful. In stateful application, prior request history impacts the current state, hence the server must access the hold on state information generated during the process of earlier request. For cool, the first request to open document can end up on any pod, but after that, to make Collabora editing, copy paste work, the request related to that document needs to be ended on the same pod. So we can say that Collabora Online is a stateful application. Operator will act as a middleware so that these features work. So I like to divide the operator in two main components. One is controller and the second is HTTP server. Control loops. It is a control loop that watches the state of the cluster. In this case, it will continuously watch for any changes in the deployment object of Collabora Online. If there are any changes to the deployment object, it will update or create a map of server ID and route token. Server ID is a ID assigned by WSD to each of the instance of Collabora Online, and route token is a random token that will help in future to HA proxy to navigate through the request so that collaborative editing and things like copy paste work. So to create this map, controller will send the capability request to HA proxy, and this HA proxy will and that request contains a parameter called route token, which is a random token, and HA proxy will forward it to all the Collabora Online ports, and hence we get for each server ID there will be one random token which act like address to further requests. So for the HTTP server, actually there are two main functions for HTTP server. One is to serve the route token, and second is to maintain a socket connection between Collabora Online ports and operator. We need a socket connection to get the idea about the load on the port, and the second whether the document is closed or not. Based on these states, when client tries to open a document, the first request will go to operator with HTTP server, and the operator will filter out least loaded pod and gives the route token for that server. So if you see this diagram, client will request to HA proxy forwards this to operator, and we will have a route token route token of the pod which is least loaded, and to set up this, actually we have a Helm chart for Collabora Online operator, and it looks something like this, and note here watch namespace. Operator does not watch for whole cluster. It is a namespaced operator, so it only watches for the namespace that you provide in this config file. And the second step is to apply a custom resource which contains an ingress controller URL. This is the URL on which the operator will send the capability request. And the third step is to deploy Collabora Online using Helm chart. And for that, HA proxy, you need to edit the HA proxy config so that it uses route tokens to balance out the ports, distribute the load. And there is still more config like indirection endpoint, so that it is used to serve route token and the monitors, which is a socket connection between operator and ports. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raj. Are you able to run? Okay, so next will be Patrick Lubis building Collabora Online on iOS.
Hi, everybody. I'll try to keep this short, I want to just jump in real quick here. Is we got some stuff going on. First, I just want to get it out there is that building the iOS app is a bit of a hassle. So, but if you want to try it for free, you can either try the current test flight beta, which has the latest greatest code. It's still under development, and then we also have an older release that's about a year or so older that's in the main Mac store. Both are free. It's just a little more hassle to, a few more clicks to sign up for the Apple's test flight program. But I highly recommend. It's free. Go ahead and try it out. It doesn't cost anything. Anyway, so let's skip to building real quick. I have a few things here. First, I want to just highlight the history. This thing has been worked on for over a decade. Why? Because it's really complex. Making a really big, highly complex desktop application like LibreOffice with the C++ code work on a mobile device. The mobile iOS devices have gotten a lot better in the last few years, thankfully. But before then, it was really a struggle to deal with LibreOffice's VCL, its Visual Class Library. So the really big thing to note was Collabora Online saved that. Collabora Online with its HTML rendering really brought this to the forefront in iOS. Without that, I think we'd still be struggling trying to adapt LibreOffice's heavyweight C++ API, component by component and dialog by dialog. But fortunately, with Collabora Online, we can now take the same experience on Safari in a web browser, and we can put it right in the iOS app without really a lot of extra engineering. So we get two iOS and macOS ways of doing things without actually having to write completely different code than we would on, say, Linux or Windows. Anyway, so a couple screen snapshots real quick. We're using it just demonstrates the HTML and JavaScript combination to render. All of this is HTML rendered through JavaScript code. And what you see with the native input methods, that's actually WK WebView. It's basically the Safari engine. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that communicates behind the scenes to run on the online server and LibreOffice in the background. But the actual rendering is done by Collabora Online's JavaScript and HTML. Okay, so just a few notes about building here. You can build it entirely on Mac OS. I do it on a Mac Silicon machine. Most of the build is pretty straightforward, albeit slow, is like LibreOffice. Mac ports, if you can find a homebrew package that will work instead for, I think it's NPM is for the most part what we use for Mac ports, but probably homebrew would work. But the real key here is all of this is open source. It's all free, but the one thing you're going to run into is the last bullet point here is Xcode. Xcode really is a pain if you don't have one of the $99 Apple development team memberships. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to need that, and you're going to have to register a unique bundle ID to even compile this. I've noticed that Apple really has gotten strict about this now, and you can't just run with no code signing locally anymore, it seems. I hope somebody finds a way to do this, but so far, unfortunately, you gotta find somebody, either have a Apple developer membership ID, or you gotta be a part of someone else's development team. Yeah, and so this brings up the common problems as a kind of reiteration of it here. But also a couple other restrictions is running the app is you're going to have an iOS device. Emulators aren't going to work. Maybe some enterprising individual will figure out a way to compile LibreOffice for Intel, but right now it's only compilable for ARM. And also the MyMac, running an iPad on a Mac Silicon is very unstable, and the user interface is odd because there's just really no mapping between the UI document browser view that we use on iOS with Mac OS. Anyway, so just some stuff we're doing right now and should be seen doing is we're moving a lot more stuff to HTML. There's still a few vestiges of LibreOffice's old VCL UI layout. And like, for example, on the right, you see the old VCL style. It works, but it's pretty tough to use in a single touch environment. So Collabora Online, those engineers have been moving this over to JavaScript and or HTML to make sure that, you know, it's a lot more, you know, in the web browser with HTML rendering, it's a lot easier to make it single touch friendly. Yeah, so those are the big things going on right now, is where our architecture is very stable, but really we're spending a lot of time now with the Collabora Online of making it appear nice and work similarly to the desktop application. Some events, you know, don't map well, and, you know, but they're usually is just a scattering of small bugs. For the most part, the architecture is very stable and fully implemented. All right, well, that was went pretty quick, so I'll finish out and say thank you.
Thank you very much to Patrick, and next is Tomaž.
Hi, I'm Tomaž, and I will present you about the document themes. So what are the document themes first? Document themes are just a way to make redesign the document on the fly with the different colors and fonts, and it's a really nice way to just change to a different style of the document, with some predefined themes, and just change the design to what you like or not. Yeah. So here you can see, like, there's a writer document already implemented that has that is possible to change the colors of the document on the fly with changing the theme itself. So this is already from a working instance of writer. So first, I like to say what is inside the document themes. So we have the first the theme colors. I will talk more about them later, and then there is two other parts. That these are the theme fonts and the theme formatting scheme. For fonts, you can say what is the major or the minor font for the document. This is for major is for mostly for the headings, and minor is like for the body text. And so you can define which font should be used by the team for the Latin, CJK, and the complex scripts. And there is also a way you can also define it for specific language, if you wish to do so. Then there is this formatting scheme. This is very similar to like we already use in LibreOffice the shapes, the style of shapes, but there is a way like you can define what is the line properties or field properties or background field properties of a shape, and which effects it should have for a specific theme. So then theme colors, you have the choice, you can define what is the dark color or light color, which is, you have choice for 1 and 2, so two different colors for this. Usually you want dark color for text and light color for the background, but yeah, if you change for the dark theme, for example, you can also invert this if you want, for example, your slides to have the dark background and then light color. Yeah. This is why it's not specified like text and background, but dark and light. And then you have different accent colors from 1 to 6, and hyperlink color and follow hyperlink color. I'm not sure why exactly this is defined here, but it is. Now, in addition, you can change the color by itself when you are using it in text by color transformations. And so if you select like one accent color 1, you can additionally change the colors with a transformation. And there are a lot of transformations that can be applied. I think 28, I counted 28 of them. But they are more, let's say, duplicated. For example, you can say, no, you don't use just this color, but transform it red color to another value, which is not really used a lot inside Microsoft Office. What is mostly used is like this tint and shade color and luminance modulation. This is and luminance offset, same as saturation modulation, saturation offset. Like luminance modulation and offset is a little bit complicated. I didn't go into details how this is changed, but there is inside specification how you can calculate the modification of luminance and offset. But it's luminance is very similar to the tint and shade. So inside OXML, sometimes tint and shades are used, sometimes luminance modulation and luminance offsets are used. So it's quite, I don't know why Microsoft Office uses it like this, but it's like complicated. I think that in Impress we use luminance modulation, but in Writer we use mostly tints and shades. Okay, so my task here was to add this team support for Writer and Hulk, and there was already previous work done about this, and I was already starting this, prototyping this in 2015. I even had a LibreOffice conference talk about it 8 years ago. And since then, what only Miklos did is started to implementing this for Impress, but he didn't have a lot of time. He had to do it very quickly and didn't skip a lot of groundwork, and so now I'm implementing this properly. So what's the groundwork? First, of course, OXML import and export. We had this previously done with the grabbags, and which mostly transported the theme information from import to export so that it preserved the theme, but we didn't do anything with it inside the documents. So the problem with this is that now we have to support the whole themes inside LibreOffice. So inside the document model, we have to remember everything if you want to use this. First task is that we would support colors, but for this we cannot just choose colors without ignoring the other themes. I modified the import so that it doesn't use grabback directly and it fills the document model. Export I've written from scratch, and now I can just discard the grabback, which is not yet done, but will be. So as I said, we need a document model for the teams. We need some collection or some framework that we can manage the teams. We have predefined teams, but it should be user expandable, so the user can add his own teams if he wants to. And we have a way how to change the color properties of a team. The next is refactoring inside the UNO. So for every color property that we have to add a new property color theme. So for this, I implemented an X theme color interface on UNO. And there is a class UNO theme color that just wraps a theme color class that contains every color types and all the transformations. So in Writer, what is needed in Writer? So in Writer we have one SDR page for the whole document, and we store the theme inside this SDR page. In Writer, of course, Writer model has each own pages, but we only have one page that is used for shapes, and we store the theme there. So when user changes the theme, we now have to traverse the document model and search where the colors are used and change them according to the theme change. And of course, we have to, on the fly, calculate the new color and take into account which color it is and what the transformations are. So on the UI side, we have, this was already old code. We have this sidebar. What I added is, so that is more natural, also the dialogue. And this is mostly just, you can change the theme. You cannot yet change what the colors of the themes are or any other properties. So again, this is the theme dialog. And of course, if you want to check, if you want to define your theme colors, you have to change. You have to use this theme color picker, which is like this old color picker. And you have to select these theme colors, and you can then select which theme color it will apply. And just inside similar like Microsoft Office, where this is used almost by default. So what's still to do here is next is to finish this import-export for the themes, and then add support for the calc. And then, of course, change more UNO object model that it also uses theme colors, not just as previous color. One thing is also like inside gradients, it's possible to define the theme colors, which is currently still not supported. So this is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomaž. And next is pre-recorded from Nick Wingate.
Hi, I'm Nick, and for my second talk, I'll be discussing optimizing and improving Cypress tests to speed up CI. Currently, CI covers most common user interactions and thoroughly tests them. However, it normally takes 30 to 40 minutes to pass due to the amount of tests, and contains several flaky tests that are either temporarily disabled or require CI to be restarted every time they fail. A large amount of this time can actually be cut down, and it can be made more reliable by removing unnecessary calls and making the tests more robust. The easiest fix to make is that we also often have sci.waits littered around all the test suites, which just stop the test for some arbitrary amount of time. This is normally used to fix flaky tests. However, it's not the best solution, and in many cases unnecessary, where we should just replace the sci.wait with a should assertion to check that an element's visible before we try and interact with it. Unfortunately, not all the cases are so trivial. Due to how widgets are rendered, we may have a button or an element that's visible for a split second so that it passes the assertions, however then it disappears before we can interact with it. To fix this in most cases, you can use Cypress actions to directly talk with the server and send an uno command instead of navigating and testing the other aspects of the UI at once. If we do this, we can test only one specific part of the UI instead of all the lead up to that one aspect. The final and perhaps the largest pain point is that Cypress tests are opening and closing a new document in between every single test. To give you some perspective, a test that normally takes 20 seconds, about 5 of those are opening the file and 5 closing the file after the test body. This is often not even needed. For example, we could open a document that tests bold, then without closing the document, we can test on a separate bit of text if the italic works. And doing that, we already saved 10 seconds of opening and closing documents. Right now, we can resolve this by chaining similar tests that don't require so much cleanup together. But for more messy tests or larger and complex ones, we can use Cypress actions to store the state of the document before the test, and then after the test is done, we can restore that, which is much faster than opening a new document and closing it. Thanks for listening to my talk about how we can optimize Cypress tests.
Many thanks to Nick, and next is Szymon.
Hello again. In this talk, I want to highlight some feature we developed last year, which is very nice. It's AI-assisted DeepL translation. So let's imagine you have some piece of text in foreign language in your document and you want to translate it to other language. In the classic approach, you had to copy that text, open some translation service in the browser, paste, translate, and again copy and paste to your document. Now, thanks to our integration with DeepL, you can do that directly in your editor with just 2 clicks. But first, what is DeepL? Is a translation service you can find in the internet. You can paste some text and get the translation, and also they offer the paid subscription where they expose their API so you can integrate with that. As the developers say, it uses more modern and better neural network architecture inside, so the translation from that sounds more natural for the people than in competing services. From the user perspective, it's really simple to use because now we have a new button in the review tab, so you can just select some paragraph, click on that button, select in the pop-up dialog the target language, and that's it. You will get translation and it will be in the same place where the original content with the same formatting. Here's the video, how it works. And from the admin side, we just have to set up free variables in cool wsd.xml file, which is enable property, and then API URL and out key, which we get from the provider. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Szymon. And the next is Attila.
Hello, I am Attila Szücs. I'm a software engineer at Collabora, and I will speak about zip 46 support. So what it is and why it's needed. Most of our documents are compressed with zip, and the original zip was designed very long ago, and every application has limitations. So its limitations was very old. I mean, it store file size in 4 bytes, which means we can compress only 4 gigabyte sized files. It was okay at that time because the largest hard disk drive was smaller than 4 gigabytes. But as technology advanced, we reached these limitations. So they made an extension for zip that's called zip 64. It's because they store some data in 64 bits instead of 32 bits, like this file size. This is the most important about it. Well, an important note that zip 64 mode can be used even if it would be not needed. I mean, from now on, you can zip a small archive in zip 64 mode. It could be, it's senseless, and it's just a waste of memory or bytes, but the zip standard does not forbid it, so you can do it, and so some applications use this. So we had some bug tickets on Bugzilla because some files was saved as zip 64 mode, and LibreOffice was not able to open these files. It's not very common, but there are some of it. So we had to fix this problem anyway, without the limitations. But what are these limitations? First, the uncompressed file size. This means what's the biggest file we can compress with zip. It was 4 gigabyte before. Now it's really huge. I'm not sure when we reach this size. The second is the compressed archive size. It means that the zip file was not able to be bigger than 4 gigabyte. It's a much bigger, it's a much extreme limitation, because normally we could accept to have like 100 gigabyte uncompressed size if we uncompress a 4 gigabyte zip file. There are other limitations like file count, but it's usually not a problem in LibreOffice, and the disk count, LibreOffice doesn't even read this value, because it was designed for, we can split the zip archive into multiple parts. When we had floppy disks, we had to do this, but nowadays it's not so common. Especially LibreOffice doesn't use it because our documents just one file. We don't need to split them. And there are some other limitations, but they are really not important here. So, so in the end, most of these limitations are not problem for LibreOffice, except for the first. If you make a huge database into Calc, you can reach this 4 GB limit. You can make bigger than 4 GB content XML. Maybe it will be compressed into like 100 megabytes only, but and it will be very slow. But some people can use it, and as the technology will improve in the future, more and more people will reach this size limit. So we had to fix this. And what are the data structures that are this extension saved into? There is the extra field that is used in many places. It can be in local file header or in the central directory header. And every file can have one or two of it. The data descriptor, it still contains the file size. It can be used in special cases. It's not very common. And the other two, I don't implement in the two other thing because it's only for the other limitations for the compressed file size, for the file count, and for the discount. And what is important that this zip64 mode is not just a flag that would be true for the whole, to the entire archive. It can be turned on in any file in the zip archive. It's more extreme that you can have two file size data for the same file that in different mode, because one file can have even two extra field, or not the extra field is, well, sorry, one file size is stored multiple times in the zip archive, and you can store one of them in zip64 mode and one of them in normal mode. It's still senseless, but the standard allows it. So what's the challenge about it? That I already said that every file individually can be compressed or not compressed, can be encrypted or not encrypted. We can even choose different type of compressions. We can choose different kind of encryptions. Even the central directory can be encrypted. There are many varieties how a zip file can be, because the zip standard allows a lot of things, and it's well extendable too. It's hard to prepare for every cases that as a zip file can be constructed too. For test case, I made a unit test that is a small zip 64 file. That's work fine, but for real case, I made a test file. It was even a challenge to make a test file that contains a big XML that's bigger than 4 GB. So I made it on. I tested it only manually because it was very slow to even import such a huge document. It was several minutes in release mode, but when I wanted to debug, it was like 40 minutes to even just import that big document. And about the future possibilities, I said the compression size is limited to. Now we doesn't really want to make such a big document that is bigger than 4 gigabytes, but I don't know how many years. Sure, we will reach this limitation sometimes. For that, we should implement the 2 remaining records that I didn't implement it, but it is not enough to implement these export and import things, because we have to make sure the core code use this information as well. For example, even if there is one local variable in the code that is only 32-bit big, if we use this variable for the new extended data, it will crop and the whole thing will be wrong. So we have to check all the codes that it is used and upgrade them to 46 bits. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next is, according to this, Michael Hepburn, Scott.
Can I just interrupt for a moment? Hi, I'm Richard. If anyone has previously said they will be coming to Ridley tomorrow and is planning not to come, it would be very helpful if you could let myself, or even better, Naomi know so that's if you signed up, but for whatever reason won't be coming. I suppose that's true tonight as well. So do let us know somehow.
Hello, I'm Michael from IQX. IQX is an application program for managing temporary staffing agencies. So we specialize in high volume, high compliance, technical matching. So one of the things that's required in the program is document management, because we have to deal with letters, contracts, CVs, and so on. So there's a full CRM, as well as all the other stuff, paying and billing. We need a word processor. So it's a very traditional program. It's been around a long time. Conventional 2-tier Windows MDI. But we had to move into the 21st century and start to offer a convenient SaaS-based product, so we could deliver the entire legacy program in a browser with zero installation to make it easily accessible for small businesses, startups, and so on, so anyone could sign up to the SaaS offering. So one of the things we've always needed in IQX is to take close control over the word processor, because there's a lot of stuff like mail merging. We don't want to be exporting stuff and expecting users to import and press buttons, all the rest of it. We want to be able to take charge of the process and deal with it. So all the way from the early 90s, where it started off as a text-based program, we've talked to a word processor. It started off as WordPerfect, the DOS-based program. Then when it went Windows, we talked to MS Word, controlling it using the usual OLE automation mechanisms. But when 3 years ago we started developing the SaaS product, it was perfectly clear that Word was not a practical solution for that, because it wasn't commercial. We needed to be able to charge users so much a month that they could afford. So we needed something else, and we started off with a rather simplistic third-party component. But it's not been particularly well received. It's very, very basic. People want a proper word processor. So what do we do? Well, you'll not be surprised to hear that Collabora appeared on the radar as being the obvious way to go. So how to implement this in this new SaaS version of the legacy product? Well, we started off trying to put it in the Adelphi browser component. Now that worked absolutely fine. There's an Edge browser component in Delphi. It all looks fine running on the desktop, but as soon as you try and deliver the whole thing onto the browser, it won't render. So we had to take another look at that, back to the drawing board, and we had to, on top of the canvas, which is the virtualized application, we had to create an iframe to do the Collabora stuff. So we need to control the internals of the document, so Python macros. We need to make a lot of use of the action export messages and the post message architecture. And we need various exports for plain text emails, HTML emails, PDF attachments, and so on. So the end result looked like that. There's the basic product on the top row, where the entire IQX application is virtualized into the browser. Enter Collabora in the middle, and it gets a bit more complicated. We instruct the browser to create the editor iframe. The iframe then talks to CoolWSD here, which talks to the database via the WAPI server. We've got Python macros, and then the bottom row shows you what it's like when we're instructing downloads. So we can't download direct to the browser. It always all goes via the application. So we might ask for an HTML copy or a text copy or a PDF or whatever, which either gets consumed internally or it gets handed onto the browser as a browser download or a print job. So that's the basic architecture. This is what it looks like. As you can see, it's a very conventional MDI program, quite old-fashioned in many ways. The left side, we've got our own little UI bits and pieces, in this case for inserting fields and so on. And this just demonstrates one of the slight problems we have. Since it's an iframe sitting on top of a canvas, we can't partly hide it. It's all or nothing. So when we move to an overlapping window, we hide the whole iframe, and then we show it again when we go back. You also see in the left-hand document, we've got a plain text copy of the document. This has always been important to us for quick views of the document and also for index text searching of documents and so on. So we always keep a parallel text copy. So every time there's a Collabora save, we also ask it for a text download, which we stuff into the database for that purpose. That's an example of a merged document. So here we've got a result set of records, and we step through, and we can either merge email or merge print them one at a time or as a batch, and the whole thing ends up as a browser download, or as an email, depending on what's required. And that's IQX in a browser. So it's
Thank you so much, Michael. So now there is a coffee break. We are just slightly behind the schedule, so let's please make it 5 minutes shorter, so only 15 minutes, and let's be back at 3:25. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you very much. The next presentation will be by Julius from Nextcloud. So, Julius, please welcome here. And I think it should be possible to press space to go to the next one.
All right, thanks a lot. My name is Julius. I'm working at Nextcloud as a software engineer. And yeah, like on the past school days or Collabora conferences, I always showed off like what we do as Nextcloud and what kind of new fancy features we have. I thought this time would be a good opportunity to talk a bit more on the technical side of how we integrate and how we make those features working together with Collabora. But maybe for those that aren't aware of what Nextcloud is, we call ourselves a content collaboration platform. It all started off as a classical enterprise file sync and share solution, so you can upload files, edit them, work on them together. But we extended that further with also video conferencing group resolutions. So you can see we have Collabora integrated right into the Nextcloud user interface. You can open your files, edit them there, all you would expect. But the interesting part is when it comes to like how we interact between Nextcloud and Collabora. So most of you might be aware that post messages are kind of the way to go there. Collabora Online is usually running in an iframe in the web. In the web browser basically, and post message are kind of the browser standard way to communicate there. So there would be two directions. On the one hand, from the Nextcloud perspective, like the parent frame, we can listen for messages that are coming in from the child iframes, like Collabora in that case, or we can send post messages from Nextcloud to Collabora. So this is like a two-channel communication there. So to start off with, basically going to showcase a few examples of how we integrate and what kind of post messages we use for that. The first one is kind of nice because we can actually extend the Collabora user interface without actually implementing something in Collabora directly. There is the insert button post message, and we make use of that for a feature called local editing, where the user can just click on that button and then we interact with our desktop client and open the file locally on the user's device. This is kind of a feature that, of course, you lack the collaboration aspect then. But for some scenarios where it's like an obscure macro that only runs in their desktop application, it might sometimes still be useful. Next one, I think there was already a presentation about that, is the Zotero integration. So this is quite nice because we have Collabora itself doesn't have a user preferences management. In the Nextcloud, we have a dedicated settings section for each user where they can easily configure their API key for Zotero, for example. And that we basically provide back to Collabora through the WOPI check file info endpoint. And to make it even easier, if the user hasn't set up an API key, then we basically get a post message from Collabora and then we can present them with a dialog to just enter it right away without ever leaving the editing session. Mentions is also a new feature that we worked on together with Collabora on recently. So you can mention people in your documents. They will get then a notification about that. And for that, there would be two post messages relevant. The UI mention is something that Collabora emits in order to list the users that should be offered in the user interface. So Collabora doesn't know about like the LDAP directory that is linked to Nextcloud, for example. So for that, Collabora sends this UI mention message, and then on the Nextcloud side, we can basically provide Collabora with the list of available users there. And then once the mention is inserted on the Collabora side, Nextcloud gets aware of that this action has happened by the action mention. Additions to that, the embedding of the mention is actually a link. In Nextcloud, every user has a profile page. We can just link to that. And with that, can basically click the link to the mentioned user and then can continue, like start a chat with that mentioned user right away. And if you're looking into implementing this, I'd highly recommend to prefetch mentions and also like have caching layers involved, because otherwise that would kind of lead to a bad user experience when you have to wait for an API request on every attempt to mention a user first. Then the next thing that we actually released with our latest major release is something we call the Smart Picker. Maybe I'm not sure if I can use the cursors as well, just to show you a bit what it looks like, because the name without seeing the user interface might not be that obvious. So it is actually an interface that can, lets the user pick different sources. You can see it can be a GitHub issue, it can be a GIF link, a file from Nextcloud, GitLab, Mastodon, different sources. And what happens if you pick that, this would be another example. We also have a picker for text templates, so you can define your own text snippets that you regularly use. And then if you select that, we basically just insert that into Nextcloud, into Collabora, into the document. And maybe to get back to that, so there is a new entry added to the menu bar in your Office UI. And when that is triggered, Nextcloud gets a message, and we can show the picker and let the user pick whatever they'd like. And then we can, depending on the actual result of the picker, we can decide if we want to just insert plain text into the document or even rich text, or we can put a link through the existing post messages that have already been there. And in addition, there is also the link previews now supported in Collabora Online, which is a post message that allows you to get this nice previews on when the user moves cursor into a hyperlink. Yeah, just for reference, all our code is open source, available on GitHub. If anyone is interested in that, and the post-message API documentation of Collabora, of course, also provides a decent summary of all of that. And that would be all from my side. If you have questions, I'm still around here, and can also drop me a mail. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Julius. And next is Marco.
So, my name is Marco, and I am going to talk about form controls. Before this solution was implemented, the form controls were supported only in Calc Online, thanks to a previous solution implemented by Tomaž. Anyway, the situation in Writer and Impress was not so good. For instance, as you can see in the screenshot, control labels were missing, and in Writer, checkbox controls were not rendered. Indeed, labels were not really missing. By zooming in at around a 1000 zoom level, you could almost succeed in seeing them. Okay. I needed to hack the maximum zoom level to it. Okay. And in fact, a wrong scaling factor was being used. The scaling factor was not affecting only the rendering, but for instance, within this mouse button down method for a checkbox control, the mouse position upon a click was checked against a sort of mouse area. Anyway, as for a lab, as a label before the fix was looking just like a thin horizontal line. Likewise, the height of this mouse area was just 1 pixel, making it nearly impossible to interact with the checkbox. Once I succeeded in fixing, in find out that the correct scaling factor, the form controls started to be rendered correct. The next step has been, in order to make form controls usable in online, has been to forward the mouse event from the control from the online client, to the control instance. Here again, it has been very useful, the solution implemented by Tomaž in Calc Online. It has been enough to adapt such a solution with the correct, with the properly unit conversion for each application in order to get it working also in Writer and Impress. Once rendering and mouse event forwarding were in place, one would expect that by clicking on a control, such as a checkbox, would be possible to change its state. However, even if the state was modified, such a change didn't trigger any time validation. In order to solve this problem, has been needed to implement a logic invalidated method specific for formal controls that belong to a document window. Once this last step was performed, it has been possible to update the state of a control correctly. So, another improvement that has been provided is about the shape of the mouse pointer. For instance, in Writer, when the pointer is hovering text or a shape or an image or a control, it is always an I-beam. That's not a big issue, but when you are interacting with a control, that's enough unnatural. For instance, if you have to check a tiny box, it's not very comfortable if the pointer is an I-beam. So, indeed, we have already a callback message in order to set the pointer style. Anyway, the involved code was not working anymore, was suddenly become broken. And so, in order to get the usual arrow pointer for when hovering on a control, we ended up fixing also the pointer style notification. The final result is that now the pointer style in online is more or less the same than in desktop. So once all the fixes, all the issues has been fixed, it has been possible to test the execution of macro in online. The execution of macros has been greatly improved in Collabora Online, especially thanks to Justin Lut. And the first macro I tested was a simple synchronization of a two checkbox state. By clicking on checkbox 1, the state of checkbox 2 was synchronized accordingly. However, unfortunately, on first run, the macro execution caused a a core crash due to an assertion failure, but indeed the problem was not due to the macro itself, but rather by the creation of the dialog message through the message box command. This command leads to the creation of a JavaScript message dialog. However, the lock notifier for this message dialog was not initialized, and that was what was leading to the session failure. Once this last step was fixed, it has been possible to run the macro successfully. So you can see here the JavaScript message dialog. Thanks to Justin's work and all the fixes I have illustrated, now we have got a good support for running macro linked to a control in online. Thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you very much, Marco. And next is Andras.
Okay, so it's me again, and I would like to tell you about the translation process of Collabora Online. So it's pretty much obvious why we translate software user interface, because we have users from all over the world, and users usually expect to use software in their native language. So that's why we translate it for them, or it's not. Actually, it's not we, it's the community, both our Collabora online community and the LibreOffice community. So I'd like to thank them all. So as we know, Collabora Online is based on the LibreOffice technology, and we share a lot of the user interface too. We have similar menus, similar dialogues, toolbars, and so on. So it would have been a big mistake to rewrite everything from scratch and retranslate everything from scratch. So we take existing LibreOffice translations. Either we take them directly from the core, so the core sends or the localized strings to the online JavaScript, or we take the strings indirectly. So we, for example, there are a lot of strings that actually never change, such as the name of predefined styles like heading 1, heading 2, and so on, numbering, and or language names, or some status bar messages. So these were collected and are used on the online user interface. And also we have the menu items or notebook bar, button, labels. These are actually UNO command names, and we have the translations in the core, so we just extract them from the core and use them from the JavaScript. So there is, of course, a little disadvantage of this, that it's outside of our control. So the translation of LibreOffice is done on the TDF Weblate instance, translations documentfoundation.org. So we rely on them or on the LibreOffice community to, and of course, well, actually anybody can contribute there as well, but it is not managed by us. So when we do some feature development, and we usually commit it to the latest release branch and LibreOffice master, but we backport it to stable branches occasionally. And if they contain translations, we wouldn't find them in LibreOffice core, in the corresponding release branch. So we have to backport we do this manually from time to time using Bash and Translate Toolkit or GNU getText utilities. And for the online part, there is not much left. So we have a minimal set of user interface strings to translate. So if you compare it to the LibreOffice core, it is very, very much less. So it can be translated in a day, actually. And we also have a small built-in help file in Collabora Online, which gives a general overview. And we have a keyboard shortcuts help file, which is kind of repetitive, so easy to translate. So it's another part that we have to maintain. The online help that we have on the help.collaboraoffice.com site is also coming from LibreOffice. So we maintain this hosted weblet instance of Collabora Online, where we translate the aforementioned few online specific strings and the help. And it's open to all. We allow everybody to contribute. They can log in with OpenID, and editing is not restricted anyway, so we accept everything. So far it worked well for us, so we lowered the entry barrier, but we didn't got any sign of vandalism or some hostile activity. And we also give the translators the proper credit as Git commit authors. So we have a whole list of contributors. I will show it on the next slide. So this weblet instance is integrated with GitHub, and we also give screenshots and descriptions to give context. The result is a pretty good coverage for about 30 languages, which is mostly the European languages. By pretty good translation, I mean above 95%. Of course, it's hard to know what is translated from, what is the translation percentage that is coming from core, because the core translation percentage doesn't mean much if it's not 100%, because we don't know what exactly is coming through. But sometimes we get reports from users. They find untranslated strings, and then we can take actions. So last slide, thanks to all of the translators. It's a huge list, a huge community who contributed to Collabora Online. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andras. And I think last presentation, and then there will be a summary from Michael. But before that, we will hear Szymon for the third time. He's working on very important things, so we have to hear him.
But nothing is here. Oh, yes. So this time I will talk again about JS Dialogs, but about the recent updates we can expect in the next releases. So first, what we did was we simplified the generated HTML structure from the JS Dialogs. So now it is much simpler, and everything can be easier styled or layouted using the CSS. So we have less containers in the containers, and everything should be nicely aligned. We also added new feature to the mobile wizard, which is the bottom panel of the mobile app. Now we have Windows management, so we can show the dialogues which have also the sub-dialogues. And then after we finished doing something in the sub-dialogue, we successfully go back to the parent, what wasn't possible previously. Also, we did big work to convert all the old-style pop-ups, which were created using the Vex library. This was done by Gokai, so he converted the pop-ups and removed the library. So now we have unified warnings, information pop-ups, or small input dialogues like insert hyperlink. As you can see how it looks on the mobile and on the desktop, it's the same dialogue. All should be now nicely synchronized and look the same like other dialogues. We did some small updates here and there for many widgets, but most important were updates for the tree view. Now we can have for entries the checkboxes, some icons. We added functionality of sorting the entries by selected column. Also added filtering. This is used mainly by the Zotero integration. We added support for the complex dialogues with nested tabs. So there are tabs inside other tabs. Now we also send smaller messages, so it should be faster because we don't send large JSON on every tab switch. We added also the new widget like scrolled window, which is some kind of a frame which is aware of how much of the scrolling is already done. So server can show different widgets or different entries inside this frame when the user is scrolling. There were also improvements for the custom widgets which are using drawing areas. We now support typing and also double click, so we can use all these complex text editing features done by edit engine in these custom widgets, like we can display formatted text and also different fields inside. And of course we converted a lot of dialogues to from the old style tunneled ones to JS dialogues. And what we can do next? I think we can do some optimizations here and there because we still send some large messages in some places. So I think we can do something with that. And of course we can do more accessibility work because now we can access all the fields, labels as a HTML elements, so that will be much easier to do. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Szymon. And I think now we are at the end. So Michael, if you can come here. And do you have slides here?
Let's try to vandalize this microphone. Hello. Hello. Does that work? Excellent. Well, thank you for being here. It's an absolute pleasure to host you and to see all of the work here from so many people on display. I'm just thrilled. And in bite-sized chunks too, you know. Yes, the German airlines are on strike, so I don't know. So we've missed a whole load of wonderful German people. But they've, as I say, already achieved net zero. They've never actually made a profit. If you add up all of the airlines' income and losses over all time, you'll notice that Matt Damon picked airlines as a good thing to advertise crypto.com, you know. Although I think it's optimistic to consider you'd stay at the the same value. Anyway, other people have forgotten their passports, or that they need passports. We're out of Schengen. It's sorry to miss you if you're out there, but there we go. And just so many contributions from so many different people from different places, different circumstances, and different partners. So that's great. When I was asked to finish and wrap this up, I was asked to sort of prognosticate a little bit, and so there we go. So a wise man once said, yeah. So I think that's probably a good thing. And actually, a number of the engineers that I've employed, quite difficult to get them to say anything. So they must be very wise. But since I was scheduled to say something, I thought I would try and look briefly into the future. So of course I turned to Bill Gates, not a personal hero. But I think this is a great quote from his original book, The Road Ahead. Yes, which had an interesting take on the internet. It had to be rewritten, actually, after only a very small number of months to include the internet into it, which was quite funny. But of course, actually, only a few days ago, you'll see that he's now moved on, and the age of AI has begun, And so global health and education are the areas, where you can't get employed workers, qualified people, to help with people's health and education. What we're going to do is get AI to reduce inequality in the third world. Well, of course, I take multiple inspirations. Larry Ellison, someone else that's not particularly inspiring to me. But he has a great video, What the Hell is Cloud Computing? Slightly rude, but it's very, very funny. And if you haven't listened to it, I'd recommend it. This is one of the more apposite things he says there. And I think it's extraordinarily true. I don't know. But he also says, look, if orange is the new pink, we're going to do orange in our advertising, and so let's advertise orange things. So I was thinking, well, who better to ask about the future? What better to ask about the future than a generative pre-trained transformer? If you've been sitting under a rock for some years, this is essentially a predict a plausible next word machine. Okay, it sounds better when you say ChatGPT, but anyway. And the real question is, are you a stochastic parrot? I've met people like this. They're people who speak without thinking, much like a parrot, who just repeats words and phrases and jumbles them together without understanding really their meaning or how they fit. And these people can be surprisingly effective. They sound deeply informed, They say things that make you think, oh, that's interesting, or is that right? But is it? Oh, wait a minute, I know that's rubbish. Anyway, so there's a nice paper here that had two of its authors fired who wrote it that you can read on the dangers about it. So let's try, and Arno Vassini very kindly pointed me to this. So let's ask the technology about this. Oh, there's another paper there about from Stefano Quintarelli, who is an Italian digital person, and he says, the problem with AI is that it's been marketed to us a lot. So let's instead call it systematic approaches to learning algorithms and machine inferences, salami. Because if you call it salami, you start saying things like, is the salami going to take over the world? Or is the salami going to kill us? You can perhaps cognitively wrestle with it more easily. Anyway, so I turned to the machine and I said, can you explain how Golang is used in the LibreOffice? Because Go is obviously a very trendy, the obsolete language of the future. And, and as yet, as far as I'm aware, we haven't used it. And okay, so we're actually using it for Kubernetes. So thank you, Rash, wherever he is wrestling manfully with it. But it says, well, as far as I know, Go, also known as Golang, is not actually used in the LibreOffice codebase. So this is a relief in some sense. So then I asked her about Rust. Rust is the other. Well, who can prognosticate about the future of Rust? Anyway, and it says, as far as I know, Rust is not used in the LibreOffice codebase, at least not in any significant way. So that also seems pretty good. It's almost as if this came off a web page that someone wrote, right? So far, so sensible. And this is the paid-for version of ChatGPT-4, you'll be pleased to know, recent knowledge. So I thought, well, let's ask it again. Let's explain how Rust is used, not explain how it's used in LibreOffice, but explain how it's used in the LibreOffice codebase in one sentence, just to shorten it down. Well, it turns out Rust is used in the LibreOffice codebase to improve memory, safety, and performance. I'm flattered. The critical components, such as LibreOffice Kit, are using Rust, right? And you read this and you think, oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Maybe I'm wrong. maybe Rust is used. So there's this very complicated Git grep here that gets rid of trust and frustrum and uppers, ustra, and this sort of thing that happen to have Rust in it. And we have one hit. It's frustrating to be unable to see content in missized cells. So apparently, the fun fact is Rust isn't used in LibreOffice, so I thought, where exactly is it not used? So can you explain in 4 bullet points, where it is used? Well, it is used for critical components, LibreOffice Kit mentioned. It's integrated with C++ code using the Rust foreign function interface, and it's used for implementing parallel algorithms in the experimental multi-threaded formula calculation engine in Cal. And Collabora Online as well, it's used to improve. So we're obviously at the cutting edge without even realizing it. And then I went on to say, in more detail, it's used in Uno to implement the UDK API library and create, this is an interface to create and manage, objects from Rust. SVG import. I mean, I think this is probably Federico Mena-Quintero did this for GNOME, like he ported librsvg, and some random echo of this has been connected in. It's the implementation that's written for SVG is faster and more memory efficient than the previous implementation in C++. Uno language bindings. The binding for Python, it turns out, is written in Rust. And so it goes on. It's just amazing. In the summary, of course, the use of Rust in LibreOffice is an example of how modern programming languages can be used alongside established code bases to provide new functionality and improve performance. So that's amazing, isn't it? Ship it. And while we're there, we should apply this to global health and education because, really, the people in the third world need a doctor that has this level of insight and deep understanding and can prescribe without... Anyway. So I think when you look at all of this, one of the things that comes out to me is that as programmers, we try and avoid rat holes. It's very easy for us to become obsessed with some detail and go deep on it. And we need to stand up and look at the bigger picture and reassess often. And also, as programmers, our grip on reality is quite precious to us. Like this bug is so weird. What is going on? You have to force yourself to believe in determinism, The CPU actually is logical, and I think, it's quite odd. And I think, so truthfulness is really, really fundamental, I would say, to what programmers do. And as business people, it's also really important. So when people join Collabora, I give them a very long document, which it has a bit at the bottom that says, if you read this far, tell me. Almost no one tells me. So, but one of the things in the middle says, accuracy is a core value. If you're going to say something, you should be pretty sure that what you say is true. And one way to make it true, if you don't know, is to equivocate. So I think it's 100K. It's very different from it is 100K. And you need to be sure that you're conveying the right information, that it's accurate, so that what we say, and if it ends up in front of a customer, and the customer makes a decision based on it, and we were wrong, or we were uncertain, that's really bad. So we try and get this right. And anyone that's been in a business meeting where a customer has misunderstood something, or got the wrong end of the stick, or is convinced of something that's not true, the amount of work you have to put in to try and persuade them, often over multiple meetings, to try and persuade them that actually they were wrong and that this is right, is phenomenal. I mean, it's incredibly expensive. So I think truthfulness is absolutely vital. And of course, a place you most see stochastic parrots is in politics, I would argue, because it's a great way to appear knowledgeable and competent through, stringing together words that seem to have the right effect. So my hope is that AI will bring a flight to quality, that as the amount of misinformation and fluff appears out there, that people will care more about truthfulness and quality. Nevertheless, having taken the mickey out of AI a bit, our partners, Nextcloud, maybe you saw, Julius had some great things he can show you, integrating AI quite quickly. And it's, I think, going to be incredibly useful for generating all sorts of things under expert supervision. This is the key here, really, I think, It's all very well saying, give me a contract, a legal contract or something, but probably, you want someone to check that first, probably. And when it comes to an image, of course, well, I'll show you one later. But there's some really nice things, design options. You can see whether the design is better, perhaps. If you're not a designer, perhaps you can. And one of the things I like this is tending to overestimate the effect of technology in the short run and to underestimate in the long run. So I'm trying to squash it in the short run, and perhaps we should big it up in the long run, just so we get a more balanced view. So The other side of this, of course, is you may have to surrender all of your data to train and ground and prefigure the UI. And so again, I was particularly encouraged as Microsoft fired their entire AI ethics team to see Nextcloud, sort of publishing principles of ethical AI and having this offline and data in your box. And my hope is that we will eventually get a good on-premise, digitally sovereign solutions for AI. So that was my rabid AI spiel. Let's talk about the web, meanwhile. So the web is also quite a good example of where I want to go, basically, pretty much. So this is the future prognostication of Mark Andreessen in '95. Netscape will soon reduce Windows to a poorly debugged set of device drivers. This provoked Microsoft to get involved in the web vigorously and Bill Gates to rewrite his book. And, well, the funny thing is that Windows possibly is a quite well debugged set of device drivers now. I mean, they've had some time since '95 to get it better. And so we're getting there, aren't we? The world is, in part, moving to the web. And the web API is just amazingly great. I mean, by 2012, we could actually play web audio. You could generate samples and send them to a sound card. It was amazing. Yes. But it, of course, has broken the stranglehold of Windows APIs. And the really encouraging thing, when I look at it, this is a graph of all browsers over time, is that, when I started back in these, things long ago, many of us started somewhat over here on the graph, right? The idea of having free software being extraordinarily, predominant and dominant in, well, actually almost any market was nonsense, right? With a Solaris in the Unix world and so on. And, Linux, of course, went ages ago. But this is a desktop, this is a fat client desktop application. At the end of the day, you can call a browser what you like, but it's a big binary blob you put on your PC, right? And yeah, I mean, all of these now are KHTML derived, right? Then there's Firefox on top, and then, well, there's some others, but I don't know if they even exist in any significant market share anyway. The whole world has gone free software, which is kind of cool. And similarly, devices are changing. If you look at the Windows versus Android graph here, that's pretty encouraging. Of course, desktops are slowing, changing a little bit more slowly. But I want to change this graph. I think this is, this is right for looking like this previous graph. Like, So this is in part the mission. So I want to talk a little about digital sovereignty because I think this is quite a useful way of framing what old people call free software. So if you've heard Richard's talk, about his jammed Xerox printer and the closing of software, this sort of Genesis story of, sin entering the world and software becoming proprietary and all that sort of thing. I think, he did fantastic things here. This free as in freedom, though brings a difficult framing. Free software has some problems with it. But I think the realization that you suddenly don't own your printer that you paid for, and that you have to get someone else or pay again, or that you can't do what you want with it. You're no longer free. It's, I think, absolutely vital. And even if you ignore the linguistic things. And then, of course, open source, perhaps a different way of looking at a similar idea, but without this framing of everything should be free of price, which at least in the English-speaking world is a real problem. And avoiding that ambiguity and then perhaps emphasizing a slightly different freedom in terms of the openness of the source. And actually, one of the interview questions, well, I shouldn't tell this online, but we ask, what's the difference between free software and open source? To see if you know anything about open source or free software. And it's quite interesting. Even quite competent people fail the test, but they're perhaps not old like me, I don't know. And then open standards, we'll talk perhaps to Simon Phipps a bit about this tomorrow, and we'll have some kind of a discussion there. But open standards is something totally different. And open here has a totally different meaning. So just so you're aware, open only means it's not a monopoly, it's not a cabal, it's not a cartel that's distorting the market. It just means anyone can join the standards, the cartel, basically. Like MPEG-LA, these things can produce open standards that are actually just anathema to open source. So it's worth knowing it's a totally different meaning of open. But the great thing about the open standards wars that we had was that people could understand they didn't own their own document. So in the same way that I don't own my own printer, which is something that programmers might care about. I mean, most people just want the printer to work. You know, they kick it, and why does inkjet ink cost more than vintage Dom Perignon, whatever per, you know, this is the thing that exercise. But when you come to politicians and people, why I can't own my own documents? You know, what? I wrote all this stuff and I can't read it without paying a tax. So we could explain this to people, and that was great. But I like digital sovereignty because I think ultimately it's the same intuition here. You know, like software is so cool. Why should you keep me out? You know, what is all this locking me out? Why can't I mend and improve and repair my own software? You know, I should. And this is a message that's starting to get legs in institutions and governments who suddenly care about sovereignty, who've suddenly noticed the nation state or the conglomeration of states exist, and that, you know, they can be under threat, and that they need to control their own destiny and be able to change things themselves. This is Stable Diffusion trying to do this. The idea of buying a new car with the hood, bonnet welded shut, so you can't actually mend it. You have to go to someone else with a welder and ask them. And one of the things that convinces me that the time has come here is that even our traditional opponents, perhaps, let's say, so the head of MI6 is, of course, lobbying regularly to read all your email and to downgrade your encryption standards and so on. And he says, well, this is digital sovereignty, but perhaps framed negatively. Yeah, if you allow another country to gain access to really critical data about your society, that'll, over time, erode your sovereignty. So another angle looking at it, in terms of that, just control over the data and the software going together, I think gives us this unprecedented opportunity to tell people about this and to effect change. So, thank you for being here. And thank you for being a critical part of this. My take is that the documents tie people currently to Windows. There are relatively few attach points that keep people in Windows. I guess email perhaps is one, but I'm optimistic the Thunderbird Foundation will do cool things about this. But beyond that, and I guess identity is being slowly sucked into the proprietary clouds, of which there are several. But I think documents are really what keep people on Windows and in Microsoft Office, and we are doing a fantastic job at cutting this cord. And my hope is that will result in an amazing market change and drive us all to software freedom through, well, many network effects. Our partners, of course, make that possible and give us a reach to deliver this to people that's just amazing. The attitude that actually this is software and we can change it and we can make it better. And, you know, if you can't do it, then get someone else to do it, you know, but you can contribute and improve it. I think it's really the only solution for full digital sovereignty is open source or free software. I think it's politically comprehensible at the moment, which is fantastic. So thank you for that. There will be a Hackfest tomorrow, which I think will be in this room. So we'll put tables in here and power strips and reorder the seats a bit. There'll be some kind of unstructured chat with Szymon, and perhaps Robert will do a talk maybe tomorrow that won't be recorded. And then we'll have partner workshops after that. There'll be kind of invite only for partners. But please do stay here. There'll be food and fun things, Hackfest in parallel. I just wanted to say, finally, thank you for joining our mission. We're here to make open source rock, and we can't do that without our partners, our customers, collaborators, and all of you here. So thank you so much. And I think we now have a Klugo training thing, do we? Is that right, Kelly?
Yeah, I talk too quickly.